Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode number 43. Man, I'm on a roll on remembering our episode numbers. Since there always seems to be like a highlight that I can always place inside of my mind. 42 was last one, which fit quite nicely. And 43, I can't think of anything special about 43. So maybe I will forget it next week. No, 44, it's double digits again. I will remember that. However, it's Christmassy time. It's the 23rd for me, 22nd for y'alls. So this session is my Christmas present to you. Which
no. No.
Which is the potential of a TPK. Yeah, you guessed it.
No, I can't handle it. Quit it.
I wasn't the one who decided to go to hell. It was you guys. You could have just walked away, tried the pacifist route and forgive Calix for all he has done. But no.
Yes, but you were the one who created it, so...
Hey. Just because I created the gun doesn't mean I'm responsible for that. That's such a Republican argument.
Create gun, give a gun,
exactly.
show them how to use the gun.
Yeah, totally. None of the responsibility lies in my hands. Absolutely not. Yeah, quite eventful. Next week we will still have a session powering through. Already had too long of a break this year, so we're just trying to keep things rolling. Special stuff has happened last episode, so since there's not much theory crafting that has to be done, I just want to hear from you players of what you are expecting in hell. Since, you know, you are now here, you probably have already thought about, oh shit, what's gonna happen. You already seen one big fellow with a big blade that is burning, and you've seen a river made out of blood. So what else do you think you guys are going to encounter? Starting off with none other than...
God damn it. Me, I'm Greg, and I'm playing Irex Banner, the human artificer. Jeez. Honestly... Okay. Me as a player, personally, I'm more worried about, the physical environment, like the fire and whatever exists down there, than I am about actual creatures we come in contact with. Going to the river Styx is just wild. So yeah, I'm scared of falling into a lava trap. Cool.
Hi, I'm Matt. I'm playing Dr. Fiera, Chromancer Wizard. My views are probably different from hers, but I'll focus on hers. Because she's in a place she never thought she'd go, which is hell. Being someone from a very religious background. I think at this point she expects to find answers that she wouldn't have gotten if she didn't otherwise come here, about hell's purpose, why it's on another planet. And probably the gods behind it. Maybe we'll find a devil that her people call devil, but actually is something else. I don't know. She expects to find the truth, since she is here in person.
I am Skit, and I play Heuser Leofina, the druid cleric. She thought she had this in the bag, and then realized that she went into a fire hole carrying fire. So now she's scared that she's going to be completely useless, and she's gonna lose all of her friends. Yay.
Hey.
I don't really know what's happening. Jade just really doesn't want to die. A little apprehensive because the guy that we just like bypassed, like he looked like he could easily kill all of us in like one swing. Yeah, so that's what I'm worried about.
Yeah. Since he is still technically looking around, and maybe has been following you.
Head up.
He is right behind you. If
No.
if combat music starts right after the intro, then you know. Other than that, so you get this party on the road. But of course, listening to the intro, oh man, I am so mean. I am so mean. That would be funny though. Yeah, it's Roll20 doing its bullshit again. Oh, never mind. A field with rolling hills. A forest with twisting trees as the wind howls a song of the night's lament. The echoes of screams are carried through the valley, and the tears of those who have lost a loved one falls as rain to the ground, nourishing this blighted land to further extend this cruel reality.
I don't hear anything.
A darkness that leaves its trace visible
I
for
do.
all to see, as to remind the people who live here what their fate will undeniably be. Death. Demons ravage this land. A manifestation and proof of this
It's literally telling me something is
world.
playing.
They consume
But
and
even though my
feed
master
on the
volume
despair
is
of their
currently at
victims. And
82,
no one is
there's
safe
nothing
from their
playing.
corruption.
I'm so glad I'm not the only one that it's doing
Those
that
who
to.
wish to stand up against the fate of this world will bear witness to the despair and cruelty that this land has to offer. Will you be one of them? Will you challenge the curse of a dying land? Will you fight it and overcome it? Or will you fail and be consumed by the corruption of this unfaithful world and become one of many whose lives have been forgotten and consumed by the blight? I mean, half of it was corrupted. Do you guys... Okay, wait, what? No, nothing is playing.
I got kicked out of Roll20
Oh my god, what is going on?
and I can't get back in.
Oh, it's
Oh my
another
God.
DDoS attack. Ah, fuck. Ah, fuck me. Ah. Ah. See, that's because I said that there were no audio difficulties, and then I got fucked right back up at the ass.
Yep.
God damn, I should never challenge that again. Well, I guess we just have to patiently wait. Oh.
I hear regular music now. I didn't hear regular music before.
I think could someone share their screen maybe until I can get back in?
Ooh.
I can share you my screen. I don't mind.
Oh no!
Hold on.
We unfortunately we can't do that because it will shift the entire layout.
Oh, right.
I mean, for now, don't really need the screen.
Right.
right?
I will put doom and gloom music in my background.
just put in go to Spotify and put in Kaled from the Elden Ring soundtrack, and then you have the exact back sound that I'm using right now.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And for the people who know Kaled, you're like, yep, that's a good fit, and yes, it is exactly the same environment. Because it's literally hell. I hate that place. Why did I put it in the game? Holy shit. Anyways, now I've put it in my game, so I guess I shouldn't judge.
Yay.
So, a quick recap, while we hope that Fiera can get back in the game, /Matt. Yeah, you arrived at your destination, which is the flower field of blood lotuses, and there you discovered something that you probably weren't expecting, which is a tree that looked like a solidified lightning, a few cracked, jagged stones that were peering out, and more surprisingly, well, not surprisingly, an old man, a hermit, as you have been told, who, well, looked very, very peculiar in his own way. Nails rammed into him, attaching these kind of prayer parchments all over his body, while also wielding a large, long greatsword. And next to him was a little child who, compared to him, looked so innocent. However, he was carrying corpses that you guys have burnt. Talking with this individual, you have learned quite a bit about Calyx and potentially greater circumstances surrounding the world, ? You learned that he has been cursed by the gods for a sin he has committed a long time ago that has forced him to commit sins every time and enjoy them. And he was put onto your plane again because you guys have committed a sin. Not you specifically, but, you know, the Kalidians, which is the word for humans, but since they're more than... Well, it's a word for humanity, but they're more than humans here, so we need an overarching term for that, and that is Kalidian. Yeah, and because of a particular curse that was kind of put upon him, and as punishment for you committing one of those grievous sins, he was put back onto your plane to kind of remind you why you shouldn't sin, and you would find out the only way to get him back is either to forgive him, which would resolve him of his punishment and he could peacefully die as well, or alternatively you would have to go to hell, find a divine artifact known as the Spear of Avernus, retrieve it, get back from hell, and use that to send Calyx back, which wouldn't relieve him from his curse, but at least he wouldn't be bothering you anymore. And because one member of your group definitely won't be able to forgive Calyx, you guys decided the only real way to bring an end to this mess is to go to hell. And so you step towards what you would now know as the Tree of Purgatory, ate one of the bloody plums, and with it you were injected into it, and it seems like the roots carried much further than the actual physical body of the tree, and were then eventually brought out of the Everstorm, first ever that you have heard of. Realize that there's a huge glass-like dome covering the entire continent, a ring of the storm that you are well aware of, the Everstorm that surrounds the continent, but some of you had very keen eyes and who were able to stay conscious during the process of transference were also able to see other landmasses outside of the Everstorm and confirming that indeed you are on a round planet, as it then became a dot the further away you got. So flat earthers, suck it. And then eventually you would arrive at your destination, seeing that you were basically flying through space towards another planet, Eirik could see 7 other smaller dots surrounding it that created a net, and with a big impact you breached through it and eventually landed on dried, cracked earth, which you would presume to be the first layer of hell, Avernus. There you woke up, gathered your bearings, and made way to try and look for where the River Styx is, which is kind of the only guide you received or hints as to where you're supposed to go, since it is said that that leads directly to the Spear of Avernus. But you should, very importantly, go against the flow of the river and not with it, otherwise you will be going deeper into hell. After encountering what seemed to be a devilish monster, you very smartly avoided confrontation, which was the kind of only creature-based obstacle that you faced, and would then find the river itself, and that is where we stopped, and that is where we're going to begin again. You are now kind of at the cliff side of this cracked terrain, still spiky spires jutting out from everywhere, but now you can see like small pools of blood that kind of lead down to the river itself. They almost look like small geysers, and occasionally you can see slight bubbles coming out of them, leaking some blood over the edge of these mini volcanoes, if you so will. And there's always a constant, very ominous whispering that now passes by your ears, as you can also feel the wind breeze which Fiera used to kind of dictate where the river itself is, as it follows in the same way the river does. It is an odd sensation for sure. It almost feels like you're surrounded by an aura, or surrounded by many people, like something's constantly watching you. What do you guys do?
I think we're all enough, so let's start following against the flow.
Yep.
Yeah, the quicker we can just do our thing and leave, probably the better right now. I don't think we're going to be running into anyone where we're going to need to have conversations with them, find out information. Let's just go.
And we go.
Yeah.
Okay. You have already been traveling quite a while now, and you can feel fatigue slowly but surely creeping up on you. You don't have to rest yet, but you know, in a couple of hours your body will probably need to sit down for a bit. As you're continuing down against the flow of the river, once again to remind you, on the other side of the river itself, and as I mentioned, the river is quite long, several hundreds of feet wide. The other side of it is just this plain, desolate landscape, even more desolate than where you just are or came from, or where you're standing. Just a flat, black, ashened landscape, completely plain, and occasionally there is a root of a tree that kind of sprouts in a very odd, twisted way, with a few broken and cracked branches and thorns attached to it. But other than that, there is literally nothing else to see there. And I would like one of you, as you might have guessed, to roll me a D100.
Not me, I did it last time.
I'll do it.
1 or 100.
21.
I mean, at least it's legal.
Legal rule.
Okay. A lawyer, an attorney comes up to you and asks. Okay. Yeah. Now, how do you wish to traverse this landscape, and particularly how close are you actually staying to the Blood River?
I would say so it's always in visual range, but probably not getting our feet wet
That is
or putting us at risk of sliding into it.
Okay, that is... You can't see it from quite a distance. Like, when you first saw it, you were several hundred feet away. Like, you don't have to get too close proximity to all.
If I remember correctly, on the other side, there's basically, like, nothing, and on... What I mean, like, it's, like, flat, and on our side, there's these, like, rock pillars and structures
Exactly.
ever so often. So I guess I would try to stay probably halfway between the river and the rock formations, so that if we do need to run for cover, we're not too far, but if we actually need to run to the river, we're also not too far.
Sounds good.
Okay.
I
Well,
like that idea.
but the side of the river itself where you are is still like a very tumultuous landscape, and you will have to probably do some climbing here and there just because of how there are sometimes just these stairs of cliffs and jagged rocks that you have to avoid. But yeah, you can do that. And any specific ways? I'm presuming you want to stay out of sight of anything going around here. Or are you trying to go
As
first?
much as possible, yeah.
Okay. Then this, of course, requires, as per usual, a skill challenge. Since, well, you are trying to avoid a lot of stuff. Skill challenge is basically just traversing, and I would say be unseen during your travels. You don't have a specific goal. You obviously want to reach the spear, but you know that that is quite a while away. So I think first and foremost, you're trying to travel as far as possible without getting discovered by anyone. So you can tell me how you wish to do that.
Well, I'd like to start with an Arcana skill check, trying to pay attention for more of those glyphs and runes that you said show up when you walk close to like the cracks in the ground. I want to see if I can find any of those in the direction that we're walking, and if I do, see if there's any sort of pattern that develops with them, like spacing between them, or is it like trying to walk between two of them like a gate, things like that.
You know what? I will allow that.
That's creative.
Yeah. The 16, which I have to remind myself. Yep. Okay, yeah, you kind of walk through here and kind of paying close attention to these weird runes that just light up in some of these jagged rocks, and you don't necessarily see any pattern per se. It really seems they just get caused by random incidences. It's like a natural reaction. It's like trying to predict whenever, you know, a volcano bubbles up. It's kind of hard to do, and it doesn't seem like there's, you know, a set of rules that they're following. However, a more important thing that you do notice that does help you is you can kind of gauge the radius in which they appear, which every time you see a rock light up, you've never seen a ravine appear 30 feet away from where the rune appeared. So you know 30 feet around any of these cracked rocks where a rune appeared, a ravine will happen. as long as you stay outside of that distance, you shouldn't be caught by it. So every time you see that rune, you just make sure, okay, as long as we're not within 30 feet of that rune, we should be okay.
Gotcha. Okay.
And that allows you to kind of navigate it further, and it does come to a point where you step within the range of it and you see it light up, and then you kind of quickly tell your group to, you know, go to the side, step to the side, and you just narrowly avoid as a ravine starts to crack open beneath your feet where you were standing a few seconds ago if you would not have told them to go somewhere else. And it does seem like it somewhat targets the area that you're standing on. So it isn't just a ravine that appears in a random space, but it always seems to be quite close to where your group is. So there seem to be, you know, some sort of magic involved, or maybe even some sentience that is kind of noticing the presence of your group. And so you just keep that at the back of your mind as you're continuing to travel forward. And I forgot to say, you only need 3 successes since you won't be journeying for too long, but that is 1 success.
I want to use survival to continue like trying to find the shadows and the things that are easily able to like hide us, but still keep us going in the direction that we want to go.
Yes. Can definitely make that. That is a 15. You try to stick to the shadows, and the entire area is somewhat dimly lit. However, even though there are a lot of cracks and cliff sides, they're often always exposed to a certain area, and since you're so close to the river, you are having somewhat of a hard time to kind of, you know, get to a position where you can completely conceal yourselves without being fully exposed to the other side. And so as you're traversing through, there's one thing you notice, which is as you kind of look back to the empty plateau of black sand, as you are kind of traveling through it, and now probably an hour has already passed, you occasionally see these black roots that just seem to be there. However, you now notice that one of them that you saw a few minutes ago is not there anymore. You don't know what it means, but that is one failure.
Alright, I'll do something that is kind of anti-wizard. So I would like to use religion. And I would like to recall essentially a like a religious what you call it, ritual that might protect us from devils or from fiends. And then I would like to use like prestidigitation, because I can create an odor that can maybe protect us from being smelled by fiends as well.
Oh, interesting. Okay, yeah, we'll allow that. That is very creative. Holy shit, that is a 26. Yeah, you try to think back. There are a lot of, you know, folktales, laws about devils and how you can kind of, you know, trick them or avoid them, which is literally what you're trying to do here. And you specifically know that devils in particular, unlike demons, are very orderly. They're very organized. So they usually have a set, you know, rule or agenda that they always follow. That's kind of how they function. There's a hierarchy to what they do. And it's not necessarily that you find out any, you know, magical perfume or that something that you can just put on yourself that is going to, you know, alleviate you. In fact, you would know trying that kind of stuff would probably grab their attention more, because now you're putting something of yourself out there which would grab their attention. And
so maybe I'm removing her
exactly
any odor we have instead, trying to make us very neutral.
And, you know, it is extremely important Especially when confronting devils, is they are known to have like extremely good sight, or their senses are much keener than yours, especially in this kind of environment. So the best way is to, if you ever see a group of devils, is to analyze their patterns, because then you can probably see a structure that they're following, and once you find out the structure, you can have a more direct way of trying to avoid them. You know, it's like a patrol, and they're usually fairly predictable if you know what you're looking for. And so as you're kind of traveling through, a route has disappeared, you don't know what that means, but you do then occasionally stumble upon what looks like a large flying troop of devilish creatures that kind of swoop over your head, and you use this time to kind of cover up behind one of the cracks, and instead of, you know, panicking or running away, you're just trying to make notice of the route that they are taking. And one thing that you then realize is this particular group of devils or beings is very keenly following a route that is following the river itself, almost as if they're patrolling the river, and quite closely. And that's when you realize that as soon as they kind of pass by, after 15 minutes or so, as you know, just try to understand what they are doing, a second patrol comes over. And you haven't seen them as you were going towards the river, but now that you have been traveling at the river itself, there have been multiple patrols and a large quantity of devils that have been passing by, and you notice wherever you are, while it is leading you into the right direction, is more heavily occupied by devil presences, meaning it is probably more dangerous as well. And that is one success.
That is actually good, because it leads into what I was thinking of doing. So I don't know if it's going to be nature or survival in this case, but I would like to use either or to kind of, you know, use my knowledge of being alone in the forest for a while and having to survive through, well, I guess it would be survival, different like things that could get to me other than demons, so like wolves or anything, and kind of use that knowledge that I have to kind of calculate, okay, like the first group passed, so we have X amount of time to do this thing before we weave back into the shadow, and try to coordinate with the others, like, okay, now's the time to like move a little bit more, and you know, yeah, that, try to figure out that pattern that they're using, and like trying to help the group navigate that the best way possible.
Yep. Yeah, make a survival check.
Okay. And I am going to put guidance on myself.
Okay, and do that.
Don't think I need it, but I'll do it anyways.
Okay, that is a 28. Yeah, you are now kind of back to where you were once before, which is in a terrain that is completely unfamiliar to you, where you actually shouldn't be, but somehow you're here now and you just have to survive. And at least getting the knowledge about the devils and their patrol routes, you kind of somewhat rely on your instincts, which has helped you quite a bit in your journey thus far. And one thing that immediately, like, your gut instinct just tells you, as you know, Jay tells you that this route has disappeared, is, and the sudden increase of devils in the area kind of coinciding with the route disappearing, something just tells you you shouldn't be in the vicinity of the river for much longer. And something inside of you kind of just these signs of, you know, dangers appearing and things disappearing leads you to the conclusion that you should move away, which you then do. So you're kind of seeing all these signs that you have encountered over the last couple of hours. You move away a bit further from the river, still where it is within view, but so that you aren't, you know, immediately next to it. Occasionally you do lose sight of it, but since it's such a large river, you're not afraid of, you know, that it will disappear or that you will lose it completely. As you kind of crest over another hill, you can see it again, and that is where you find kind of a somewhat nice spot where two of the crags kind of come together and form a shell, where you are now obscured by both the side away from the river and the way that looks towards the river, which there weren't many spaces where you were shielded from both sides. So this seems to be a very neat spot where you kind of lead your group to, so you can finally rest for a bit, as you've been traveling for quite a long time. However, as you kind of get there, there's this immediate pulse, even like a wave. You can imagine it like a heat wave just kind of strikes over the entire area, and every single one of you just feels it. You can feel your knees kind of give down, literally, as energy is being sapped away from you. Each of you can make a Constitution saving throw.
Do we have any bonuses on us from last time? Just
Nope, you've been traveling for several hours. Ooh, 26. And we need one from as well. That's a 5.
No, I'm using my inspiration.
Very fair, very fair.
God damn it.
Oh, shit.
oh shit.
Well, you have succeeded your skill challenge, so you are currently in a safe space. However, the effects of whatever has occurred is still affecting you greatly, as you can see slowly, and probably that's the reason why you kind of buckle down on your knees. So everyone except for Icewell and Fiera, no, Jade also. So I would use the only one who's able to kind of stay on your knees and keep your composure. However, the other four of you kind of just melt down in a way that you fall on your knees, especially you, Icewell, comes quite strong. And you also have to make everyone who failed, which is everyone except for Eirik, a death saving throw.
Oh my god, what?
Shit.
What happens when you go to hell? I don't remember how I make a death save. Where is it?
Just roll a d20, I think.
Guys.
Come on.
Hey.
Oh.
Good.
It was going like this on the 4 and the 14.
Oh! You have to do a death save.
Roll a d20.
Just roll a d20, and we'll see what that looks like. 15, so everyone succeeds. So this sudden wave is immediately followed by what can only feel like a life-draining sucking force, as parts of your very soul seems to be crumbling away. And there's no other way to describe it. Oh, I'm hearing echo.
Get back.
Okay. No other way to describe it, as literally your life force is being eaten away and crumbled. You are still able to, you know, keep conscious and stay somewhat vitalized. However, the effects of whatever is surrounding you is impeding you physically mentally and magically. So everyone who had to do a death save, if you want to cast a spell, you will have to make a charisma saving throw before you can do it. And that is when you see Israel in the distance, probably perhaps like a mile away, a kind of somewhat greenish, flamish light that sprouts out of this deserted black landscape and kind of grows out like a tree, but then takes on a weird humanoid-esque form. The head of this creature kind of turns into like a beak, but with a large jaw and teeth. Multiple arms sprout out of the body like trees, one of them turning into a big, huge blade. But immediately as it kind of appears and materializes far away from you, doesn't seem focused on you. The large group of devils that you have been seeing flying around immediately flies towards it and engages with this thing and starts fighting it. And you can see as multiple fire blasts from the devils themselves blast down this sudden red inferno mixed with the green inferno surrounding this demonic entity. And you can very, very clearly feel that this is a demon that has appeared in front of you. And not any type of demon you have encountered. You have encountered one with 2 horns, but this thing seems to be something entirely different. A true demon. Full and full. Not something that has corrupted anything, but a pure entity made out of complete corrupted demonic blight. And it looks a little bit like this.
Oh!
That looks terrifying, but it looks super cool.
It looks really
That
cool.
is awesome, but also...
That is...
No, thank you.
I don't want to fight that, but that artwork is amazing, Jack. I have to give you props for that.
Well, thank you very much.
No.
Let's go around. Yeah.
And
Holy shit.
you can see the fight kind of ensues. It fights back, and you can just see it evolve. Every time like a fire blast hits it, some of its arms just kind of completely disintegrate, but immediately grows back. You can see several vines kind of shoot out, grabs one of the devils in the air and just kind of crushes it, and then swings it around to hit other devils. And at one point it even opens it more, and it extends wide open, and a blast of just pure green energy shoots out, and you can see an entire group, half of it just gets disintegrated on contact. However, as this fight is continuing, it seems to be moving away from your group. And because you were successful in your survival check, you aren't in the midst of this fight that is currently going on. However, you do see as it kind of, the combat of this shifts slowly away from you, more and more kind of small legions of devils start to engage with this demonic entity and try to subdue it. However, it does not necessarily seem like they are very successful. Let me see how good they actually do. Yeah, as the kind of fight continues but goes into the distance, you can just hear infernal roaring, screaming, and explosion sounds that, after maybe like 15 minutes or so, crest over the horizon and disappear, as you notice that the combat kind of goes over across the river into the side where you are, north from you. Meaning that either they managed to kill it, or this thing is in your way.
Nice.
So if we do we still feel like that pulse if we rest here? Does it feel like it's gonna?
No, it has faded away as it went into the
So it
distance.
followed the
Yes. And it was just like one initial pulse that kind of bursted out, that hit you.
So we probably can't rest later on. Wild guess. how about we take a quick break now, get our reserves back, and then I don't know. I guess plan to get around that if we see it again.
Oh boy. Okay.
It does seem like the devils are trying to fight it, so it's actually good for us.
Are
As long as
we?
they win.
Are we at the proverbial bridge that we might need to cross the river to actually be safe now?
I don't think it would matter with that.
If safety is on that side, it comes in a different form than safety of being hidden under rocks and stuff. Like,
True.
Well,
we know what safety is here.
True. Well, let's just rest for now. And then we'll see what else we find down here.
You want to take a short rest or a long rest?
I think shorter. The longer we're here, the worse that could happen.
All right.
Yeah, as much as I don't want to think about the potential negative, outcomes of being in hell. Yeah, we're here. We're going to get our spear. We either succeed and it takes us back right away, or we die. We have no way of getting back, so we have only one choice.
Yep. We get the job done.
Then let's take a quick break and keep going so we can get out of here as fast as possible.
I'll never say no to a short rest.
Perfect. I'll start plopping down and going through my spell book.
okay. Is anyone keeping a watch?
Yep. I'm gonna keep my eyes peeled exactly where that thing was.
I honestly would probably be doing the same.
Then both of you can make a perception check.
Ooh.
It's a 25 and an 8. Yes. You kind of, hunker down in this off-sectioned piece of dried land and try to get some rest. Once again, it's a heavy smell of sulfur and iron that just sits in the air. It's hard to breathe. The heat is unbearable. Even sweating, your clothes are from the inside drenched, from the outside dry. It's a bad combo. Your eyes seem to be drying up and you have to continuously blink to keep them moisturized, but somehow you are able to breathe even though the air itself just dries out your lungs. Walking here literally is a pain in the ass, and you still try to use all of your energy to stay focused. Jade, you've been kind of thrown into here. Not much preparation went into you being here, and that's probably straining you a lot, mentally and physically. So as much as you're trying to keep a watch, you are using more of your time here to kind of relax a bit, and your body is telling you like you really can't push yourself too much, otherwise you would just give up. But as well, you have a very strong mind and you have a strong purpose to be here, so you're not all that surprised and are very, very ready, especially after seeing what potential dangers lurk around here behind literally every corner. Kind of keep your eyes out, and you do occasionally see in the very far distance a flash of a similar green light that appears, almost like a laser beam that just kind of shoots up. and then more flying dots appearing there. However, you do see that during this hour, the bright green light kind of goes and moves more westwards. So hopefully, once you start traveling again, it has gone far enough to the west that as long as you follow the river, which seems to be going north, it shouldn't impede your travels. And it also seems to have caused quite a bit of distraction, and you notice that during this 1 hour, you don't see any patrols around your area anymore. So the kind of quantity of the devil presence around where you are has heavily diminished.
Makes sense.
I'm going to use a couple hit dice during the rest.
You can definitely do that.
Okay, that's not exactly what I was trying to do, but alright. There we go.
Did that get you where you wanted to be?
Yes. I am basically 1 hit point from full.
Okay. Then
How's everyone else look for healing?
I'm good.
Fine.
I'm guessing it's been
Better than
8
ever.
hours since morning. So I'll redo Mage Armor and Alacrity on myself. Just so I'm good for the rest of the, I guess, 3 hours.
okay, yeah, you can do that. Then an hour passes relatively undisturbed. You can kind of continue your journey. Now, you took a short rest, which, you know, is good enough to keep you going on. However, I would say that will allow you to continue maybe walking for another 4 hours. After that, you will have to start making constitution saving throws, otherwise you will get points of exhaustion.
Well, there's the big decision then. Do we just say screw it and take our chances?
I think we have to continue, right? Maybe at least until we get to... so we can see what we need to get to a bit better.
We've got no idea. This could go on for miles and miles and miles. All we know is we are in hell, and we need to find a spear.
We were told what the spears at the prison? And that was all that we were really told?
Spear. Scent. Can send. The magic of the spear can send Calyx back to the prison. And we just need to get a fragment of it. Well, let's go at 4 hours and then reevaluate if we feel we are closer to our destination.
Whatever the case is, we're gonna have to rest, like proper rest. Or if we get into trouble between then and now, like I said, we die.
I am keeping at least one of my capabilities to make us unseen for a long rest that lasts 24 hours. Or at least harder to be seen. So if we really need it and we need to duck somewhere and kind of MacGyver a shelter, I can at least make it look like we're not there. I'm keeping one. Excuse me. I'm keeping one of those.
Yeah. Either way, it's a terrible decision.
Yes.
I don't think there is good decisions here.
I
Based
mean,
on
I've
first
already
episode.
said, yeah, I've already said that we have no choice but to go. But if we become so exhausted that we can't do anything when we get to our place,
You're not wrong.
whatever, let's
Alright.
just walk.
Time to go.
And your journey continues, following along the river. I will be so gracious and say, since you kind of succeeded quite well the last skill challenge, it will kind of swoop over to the next one, as you're still doing the same thing. You're still sticking somewhat close to the river, but, you know, avoiding getting too close to it, while trying to hide from any creatures or devils that are lurking around here. And since it really does seem like the presence of the patrols that were kind of scouring around the river has diminished quite a lot, the track itself becomes a whole lot more easier. However, I still need one of you guys to roll me a D100 and one of you guys to roll me 1D4.
I'll do the D4 if one of the boys want to do the D100.
I'll do it.
Oh my god!
Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, I hope that's a good thing, because...
Okay.
That is so rare.
Yeah, that's 1 in 2,000. Yeah, it is. Crazy. Yeah, you continue your journey, and since everything seems to be a bit more smooth going, you kind of allow yourselves more to, you know, scour the environment a bit more, trying to look for any more hints that could lead you in a or something that can give you any direction, as in, are you getting closer to the goal you want to go? Is there maybe a sign that says, oh, here's the Sphere of Avernus, 10 kilometers or something like that? And unfortunately, no signs appear that state the distance of where the Sphere of Avernus is. A different thing, point of interest, comes as there's a slight change, well, not necessarily in terrain, but a structure or composition that seems a bit unfamiliar, which is a large skeleton, as you can recognize as large protruding bones coming out of the earth. Especially you, Icetrail, since your passive perception is so well, so you kind of clear over an edge. You can kind of look down as the cliff kind of comes to a more flat surface. The landscape around it still seems the same, though the coloration is a bit different. But looking at it, it's very, very obviously a extremely large skeleton of some sort of creature that you're seeing that is lying here. Most of it has been somewhat covered by the earth, but you can see big bone structures that kind of go across the entire landscape, that is kind of winged in front of you.
How large are you talking about? Like Goliath giant type large,
No,
or like
much larger. It's like several hundred feet long.
Look at dinosaur. Large dinosaur.
Probably larger than a dinosaur as well. Several times larger than a dinosaur.
Are we talking like Burj Khalifa large or like?
No, not that large. It's
Okay.
from where you can see the bones. Actually, just make a perception check.
Get out the measuring tape here.
18. Yeah, from where you can see kind of the point of where it starts, and then kind of following the structure of what seems to be its spine towards all the way to where its head is, it comes to right about maybe 300 feet long, kind of curled up. But you can see larger things that kind of detach from where its ribcage is, although the ribcage itself seems to has sustained a lot of damage in comparison to its spine. Like, the spine still seems to be fairly decently intact. However, the ribcage is kind of darkened and burnt and burst open. But the kind of bones going out to the sides you now recognize are seemingly like wings that kind of go out. And it becomes quite obvious as you're staring at this for a longer time that this seems to be a large skeleton of a dragon, as you kind of look at the skull a bit longer, as two large horns kind of come out of it, and a large maw and jaw is kind of lying on its side there.
Kind of a far stretch, but from my studies and my field of interests and all that, by examining the bones, if I was to get closer, could I determine what type of dragon it was? Or does it look like a generic, like more like... I can tell it's a dragon, but, you know, kind of like... You're like, I know this is some sort of feline, but I wouldn't be able to tell you more than it's a big feline thing.
Yeah, you could... Well, you would... make a history check.
Okay.
Guidance. You have guidance.
Yeah. Well, we would need to get closer to it.
Well, I'm just letting you know to whether or not
Yeah.
you know that if you get closer, if you would actually get anything more, like if it would benefit you to get closer to this thing.
Okay, history. And you said guidance.
Yes.
Okay.
Nobody has to speak with Dad, right? Speak with Dad Dragon.
I mean, I do. Hold on, I have my D4, so 17 total. I do speak Draconic. I can cast a dragon, but I don't know if I can talk to a dead dragon.
Okay.
Yeah, you would know that most elementally attuned creatures can be quite easily identified, since their bone structures usually have some sort of remnants of whatever elemental magics was infused into their body, since obviously their bones have to endure either the heat, cold, poison or acidic nature that they produce. There are very distinctive signs in their bones themselves, and the stronger a creature gets, the more magical residue actually stays on the bones. So if it's, for example, a kind of ice creature, like an ice salamander, some of them, even if you take the bones away and they're dead, the kind of cooling properties still exist within the bones themselves, so it has a chill when you touch it. Or for fire, it's warm, and so on and so forth. So you could potentially ascertain the nature of this dragon if you investigate the bones a little bit further. And plus the other thing is, it is also known for any hunter or stuff like that, that, you know, any body part of a legendary creature can be used in some sort of way, and what you have in front of you is a large dragon, even larger than you have read in your stories. You know, you've heard about wingspans of 60 feet. This thing has a wingspan of probably 500 feet. So one of your mind is probably thinking, if you can get a piece of that.
For the first time in probably 3 or 4 days, you see a giant smile on Iserel's face. She is grinning from ear to ear looking at that dragon.
How big would you say, or compared to what I saw when I got my scar, size-wise?
Ooh. This one seems a lot larger. Way, way larger. The one in yours wasn't as big.
Okay.
Yours was probably longer, but just from the way it's the type of it. But this one is definitely larger in every sense of the way. It's like comparing a snake to a cow. You know, an anaconda is very, very long, but a cow is at the end of the day more massive.
Obviously.
I immediately pictured just a garden snake.
What? Okay.
Just like this big. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep, I literally imagine the garden snakes that sit in my parents' pool filter that I have to go pluck out with my hands, and I'm like, of course, the cow is bigger than the puny little snake you just.
So we mostly see bone, though?
Yeah, it's only you can see the spine, some of the ribcage. I said the skull is still quite well intact, and then the wings.
I mean, if anything, that's also cover for us.
If it's as large as we think it is, we could potentially use the skull as shelter.
We could easily make camp in there.
There might be holes in the bones. There might be like holes under the bones that we can get into. That's probably a good place to go. It's the only thing we've seen.
And that's
Yeah.
Yep, totally. I'm gonna go over to Eirik and kind of look around your sides for the bag. Say, can I please get my stuff?
Yeah. Well. Yeah. Yep.
Yep,
All
but
right.
I go dig in there, and I pull out my pick and shovel, and I immediately go looking around for a dragon scale.
A dragon what?
A dragon scale.
Oh, a dragon.
That's either
scale.
like buried underneath, or somewhere nearby. I will go looking for it.
Okay. As I said, you're still kind of like on a plateau overlooking the entire skeleton, which is why.
Oh, yeah. Now I have them and start going down. Toward it.
Okay, okay.
Yep.
Jeez.
I can just imagine Fiera running, skipping down the hill.
Yep, I'm gone. Not stealth, nothing. Just
Okay. I assume Fiera just kind of hoopty-doopty down there. What about Fiera and Jade as you see two of your mates just walking down?
I mean, Eirik and Jade? You said Fiera and Jade, what are you doing when your two friends are running down the thing?
Yeah,
Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna run after. I don't want to be standing up here alone.
Yeah, if everybody else is running, I'm definitely gonna run with them. But I do it in a way where, like, I'm very stiff, like that's the last place in the world I want to go.
Very understandable. What about you, Eirik? How do you feel?
I mean, yeah, I don't want to be alone anywhere. And if they're going, I'm just gonna go, I guess, as quickly as I can and catch up.
Yeah, okay. You kind of all scurry down to this enormous skeleton. As you get to it, you can see like one of its spines is literally as big as you. And as you kind of go further down, you can notice that you are at the tail end of it, like literally tail end. It is its tail. And the further down you go, the larger one of these spines just gets and grows until you get to what looks to be one of its phalanges of one of its feet, and its long lower leg bones and a huge hip bone that kind of stands like a house, literally, with a big cover that you could use as coverage for if it starts to rain, which it hasn't, but you know, in case it does. The next thing that happens is you kind of go towards one of the feet, Fiera, and you can just immediately feel a heat kind of pushing towards you as you get closer to one of the bones, as you know, try to dig and search for any of remnant scales or stuff like that. And you can very noticeably tell that the bones themselves are producing large amounts of heat, that you can just feel it emanating just by being in proximity to it. That is quickly followed by let me just see. What's your armor class?
Oh God.
Oh, that's a good question. I think it's 35? No, 15.
15?
15.
Oh.
With mage armor.
Okay, so as you're kind of hunkering down there, you can see quickly enough that one of the bones just starts to move. And a stinger comes out to try and jab into you. But your quick senses and the mage armor you have kind of allows you to dodge in the last second as a polearm kind of just scoots by your left shoulder and just goes out there and does not hit you. However, you can see that the concoction of bones of one of its feet just kind of clack together and kind of form this odd insectoid bone-like creature that crawls up to you, and its polearm recedes back behind it as it starts talking to you in a language you definitely don't understand.
No.
Which will bring us
Oh my God.
to...
And it wasn't just trying to like shake my hand, right?
No,
Very
definitely
friendly.
wasn't trying to shake your hand.
Holy shit.
Had down.
So y'all have to roll initiative.
Oh, we've seen that. I think something really similar. I feel like we've seen.
As
Question.
yes.
Did I understand what was being said?
Do you speak Infernal?
No, I don't.
Then unfortunately you did not.
Okay, good.
Alacrity. Ooh, that's it. Oh, that's good.
Oh.
It's fast.
Yeah, it definitely is fast. Holy shit. Well, that was a pretty damn good roll from his part. So, that was a surprise attack. Didn't get you. However, it is his turn again, and he will attempt to sting you again as he kind of wraps around, staying where he is, and will try to sting you. Or was it 18 this time?
I'll bring up my shield to try to block whatever the stinger. Yeah.
Okay, so it comes down. This time, arcane energy releasing from your hand. It deflects it again. And he will immediately try and claw you twice. With a 16, that doesn't hit with the shield still up. Kind of braces past it, and with a 15, it definitely won't. After that, it will then fly up 40 feet into the air and kind of just hover up there. So just so you know, it is currently flying 40 feet up into the air. If you wish to do melee attacks, take that into consideration at the end of its turn, bringing us now to Fiera.
Yeah. We have a lot of long range. Let's see. Pretty high up there. I don't want to fly after it. That'd be silly. I'll do the good wizard thing. I'll look around at everybody, realize, let's see, oh, you're probably fine, you're probably fine. I'll look at you, Jade. Go over to you. Wanna boost?
Sure.
I guess I'll give you haste. I don't know how much it's going to help because that's flying, but I have a little bit of bonuses. And can I try to get cover behind the tail somehow?
You can make an acrobatics or athletics check to try and jump over it.
Okay. You know what? If I'm prone, that's probably fine. Oh, that wasn't too bad.
Yeah, 12. You kind of hurdle over it, don't get stuck into any of the sharp edges, and land behind it. I think that's the end of your turn.
Yep.
That will bring us to Eirik.
Oh god. We have to fight it, obviously. We're not hiding. Oh, that's not gonna work, is it? Okay, I'm gonna try this for the first time. I don't think I've. Oh wait. Yeah, let's just try this. I'm gonna cast Shatter on the creature.
Okay. Is that possible? Oh, 60 feet and a 10-foot sphere. No, you said at that point. Yes, it is. Sheds a stone crystal or metal situation on the steering so. Oh, inorganic material. Well, bone is an organic material.
Yeah.
Well, so you know, this one character. However, he still has to make the Constitution save. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Then a 9 is a failure, so you can roll.
Yes.
Wait.
What?
He has advantage against, since he's a devil, he has magic resistance, but a 16 is still a failure, I think.
Yes. Yes, it is.
Because your thing is 17.
So,
yeah.
Brilliant. So I'm going to roll thunder damage. Come on, you piece of fucking shit.
Yeah, not the greatest, but it's still 11 points of damage.
Wait, that should add. Why didn't that add my my wand bonus? Where did that go?
Good question. That I do not know.
There. I don't know why it didn't add it that time.
Yeah. Okay, so +5. Very nice. Anything else?
Yeah, then I'm gonna do the same and try to run and jump over this thing just like Fiora did. And I'm gonna use acrobatics. Oh. What? Does it make it?
Yes, 10 is the DC. You just kind of jump over it without hurting yourself, but you also plump behind the spine of the large dragon here. Does that end your turn?
Yes.
Then that brings us to Isorel. What would you like to do?
I want to sneeze, so give me a sec. Now that is good. Yes. I will be guiding bolt it.
Okay.
So first level guiding bolt, knowing that the other elf is going after me, to try and give her advantage if she tries to hit it.
You.
Okay. Something funny is happening behind me.
Oh no. A 16 unfortunately misses as the white purplish energy of your guiding bolt flies up. However, it seems to be extremely agile and just kind of dodges the corks through the air and avoids your blast relatively easily.
In that case, yes, I will Misty Step over here. And then kind of move myself here with my movement so that I am still in visual of my friends, but kind of trying to attract the
Attention.
trying to grab the attention away from my squishier friends onto me.
Okay. Yes, I guess you can make a intimidation check if you want to.
A what?
Intimidation check to kind of taunt
Okay.
it towards you.
Okay.
$13. Yeah, he seems to be kind of looking at your entire group, and you're not sure whether or not he will follow you or the two hunkering behind. That ending your turn, we then come to Jade. What would you like to do? Don't forget, the guy is 40 feet up in the air.
So I kind of want to try and run up to here and then lunge off of that to like try to like either get on it, like on its back, or to like weigh it down.
Yes. You could try that.
Preferably on its back.
What? So since he is 40 feet up in the air and you only have 30 feet of movement, that technically
Well,
means
I can dash
Exactly.
with the haste.
yes. So you can dash as a bonus action as well, right?
She has 60 movement now with haste.
Oh!
So dash. Movement
and I
speed's
can-
doubled.
Then
Okay, I didn't see that.
that's work, since jumping doesn't increase the distance you travel, is what I was trying to kind of explain, which means, but since you have 60, that is more than enough, then you just have to make an athletics check. I would say this is quite difficult. This isn't the most stable piece of climbing surfaces, so the DC will be decently high. Holy fuck! Holy shit! You can do whatever the fuck you want. Tell us how you climb up and grab onto this devil that is flying 40 feet up in the air.
Well, you just see Jade run up the side of this like hip bone like it's nothing, and then just leap and lands like directly in between the shoulder blades. Just like acts like it's no big deal. Just whoop, whoop, boom.
Yeah, I will actually make an athletics check from his part to see whether or not he can actually keep flying with you on its back, whether or not it will crush to the ground. I would say the DC is 16 for him. 22. Okay, so he's still able to stay in the sky, which means right now you're jangling on top of this boned devilish entity while it's trying to stay upward in the air. And the others, you can just see Jade kind of parkour up the side of this hip bone, jump up, leap up to the back of this creature and just hanging tight on it as they are now both in the air. Okay, that was literally just your movement. You still have your action and bonus action and haste action. What would you like to do?
So I'm going to use my bonus action to invoke my Hexblade Curse, which is a little bit different than the regular Hex spell.
Yep.
Obviously I'm going to choose this bone thing.
Yep.
Against the cursed target, I gain a +4 damage to bonus to damage rolls, and criticals are 19 or 20. So then I'm going to take my battle axe, and I'm going to like swing it like the wing.
Oh,
to
okay.
try to like cut the wing. I mean, it's bone; it can break.
Yeah, that's the logic behind it. I would say since you are holding onto it, you won't be wielding your shield as you are.
That's fine.
Hanging on there. Yeah, so making an attack. Yeah, I would say it's a normal attack, since it is difficult to hit him while you are trying to hang on. However, since you're literally on him, it's easier at the same time, so it kind of cancels each other out. A 20 definitely hits as you swing onto it. Roll that damage. That is 10 damage. However, you do notice as you strike it, your blade does indeed crack some of the bone. However, with the weight you put behind it and out of what the material of your axe is made out of, and you know, it's just bone, it doesn't seem to do as much damage as you hoped for, as it seems to be some kind of protective film covering maybe his bones or something like that. As you notice that your metal isn't quite functioning as you would like to.
Alright, I'm still gonna swing with my battle axe because I get 2 attacks per action.
Yes. Wait, no,
So
your battle axe is magical, right? Since it's your hex thing.
Yeah.
Oh wait, well then I take that back. It does full damage.
Oh.
I'm dumb.
Oh.
And a 23 will also hit. For another 11 damage as you strike into him. Kind of continuously bashing onto one of its wings, but though you are cracking several portions of its wings, you're only chipping away small parts. This bone devil seems to be made out of a very sturdy material, and he won't be dropping anytime soon. Anything else you can do?
Let's see, so then I have another action.
Oh, and you can also roll 2d4 for your hex damage every time you deal damage, right?
That's the regular hex spell. This isn't the hex spell. It's the Hexblade Warlock's ability. It's called the Hexblade's Curse.
Yeah, but you still get additional damage, right? Each time you hit.
Oh, it's just an additional +4.
Oh, okay, okay. Then it's additional
So-
8.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. Then...
I'm just gonna go swing for... So, because I get 2 hits, so would I get 2 more hits?
I think you can.
With haste, it's 1.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll still take the extra one.
15, unfortunately, will not hit.
Oh, I was just about to say I was gonna do something before you said that. I have an ability, but you already said the results, so it doesn't apply.
Oh.
I have my Channel Divinity. When you make an attack roll, you can use a Channel Divinity to gain a +10 to the bonus. You can choose to do so after the roll, but before knowing the result. But because you said it, I'm not going to.
Well, I was still allowed. I was way too fast. Like, you had no option to put in, so I will allow it.
Okay.
So yeah.
So then that would make it a
25, and that definitely hits.
Yeah. And then +4.
So that is 15. Any smites you want to put in that? You are a paladin after all.
That would be a spell.
Yes, it would.
But I can't do another spell because I already did the 2 attacks.
Oh no, it isn't considered casting a spell as far as I'm concerned. Smiting.
Oh, they're concentration spells.
Oh, I meant the normal paladin smite. Like, with every attack you...
It's just a feature that you have.
Yeah.
That you...
Well, you don't even know that. It's like the base...
Oh, I have to sacrifice spell slots to do it.
Yes. But it isn't considered casting a spell. You just get 2d8 or 2d10? 2d8.
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and do that.
Okay.
So I'll sacrifice one of my spell slots.
For an extra 2d8 radiant damage. Then roll those 2d8.
Plus an extra... Yeah, so the 2d8 is 12.
12 radiant damage. Then how does your divine smite look like?
It's very much a shadow. Like it's just jet black light that comes out of my weapon and just engulfs it. And then you kind of hear like whispers coming from it.
Ooh, very nice. Yeah, so you guys just see Jade, invigorated by haste, frantically climb up the hip bone, land on the devil, and just start pounding on it while attached to his back in the air. What was the last time? As whispers dissipate into the air. Finally ending your turn, I presume.
Yes.
Bringing us back to its turn. It will kind of leave you on its back and attempt to do something else. You can see it kind of grabs its arms, carve open one of its bones, which doesn't make a lot of sense as immediately afterwards some blood drops down from his bone and spills onto the floor, and he starts chanting some things. And he has a 40% chance of this succeeding. So if it's 1, 2, 3, or 4, he succeeds on what he's attempting to do. Anything above a 4, he fails. He fails. As you can see, the blood dripping down turns into a pentagram. However, it kind of sizzles up and turns into nothing. And he seems fairly disappointed, as that is literally all he can do. So instead, he will continuously to fly upwards another 40 feet, putting you 80 feet up in the air, Jade. Now you got to be careful to not fall down. Ending its turn. And bring us to Fiera.
Don't worry, I don't have Featherfall today. Throw that out there. Anyways, so it's 80 feet up. Oh boy. If I wanted to look around for more of these, would that take my action?
Otherwise, you are relying on your passive perception, yes.
Yes, I can get me far. Okay, looks like she's got this. So yeah, I'll look around and see if there's more of these, since they've been more likely to go in a pack that we've seen so far.
Yep, make a perception check.
Good for me.
Yeah, you kind of look around in the immediate area, kind of looking at the sky and stuff like that, but there don't seem to be any other floating packs of devils where you currently are or in the vicinity, so you are somewhat confident that this is the only one in your immediate area.
Okay. Let's see. I guess I don't know where to go. No good spot here. It did a pentagram. That seems dangerous. I can't lose haste. That'd be awful. I will try to make more distance from it and make my way down the tail.
Okay. Then
That's it.
that ends your turn, bringing us to Eirik.
Yeah, the only things that I would be able to do to it are now risky as shit, because you're fucking crawling on top of its back.
I'm kind of like riding it. Just imagine like riding like a.
Yeah, I'm not exactly wanting to shoot a chaos bolt up the damn thing when you're just like, wee!
Do it. Just do it and see what happens.
No, I don't want to do that. I'm gonna take my action and make my Eldritch Cannon my Force Ballista. So I'm gonna take my Blackened Steel cone out and fashion my Eldritch Cannon into my Force Ballista, and then I'm going to run and hop over this leg there to see if I'm taking Fiera's lead and making more distance from everything.
Okay, we're making an athletics check to see if you can make that leap over the leg without hindering the movement.
Can I do acrobatics?
Yeah, sure. Oof. I would say you kind of get stuck a bit trying to jump over it as your leg gets caught, so you unfortunately stay at the leg. You don't fall down or anything, you just kind of limited in the range you wish to travel. Does that end your turn?
Yes.
Okay, that will then take us to Isorel. As you can see your new friend flying up in the air 80 feet. What would you like to do?
I will. They're 80 feet up.
Yep.
Well, I don't really have a lot of choice. And I will have to choose whether I call lightning or a guiding bolt that thing. It's literally the only thing I can do.
Please don't call lightning.
I don't think I'm gonna. I mean, I could fire bolt it, but I feel like my guiding bolt has a better chance because that could potentially give you advantage. So I am going. To guiding bolt again. This time at 2nd level. Oh my gosh, what is this?
17. You can see it fly, but it kind of puts Jade almost in the way, and then in the last minute you just kind of fling it to the side and unfortunately miss it as it kind of strays under one of its wings, barely missing Jade as well as it then flies to the side. Unfortunately, 17 doesn't hit it.
Oh my gosh.
Anything else?
Everything else I have is an action.
So some movement to move somewhere else.
Let me see here. I am a little further away from Fiera than I would like, so I would actually move back a little bit just so that I am within 60 feet of Fiera.
Okay. Then that will take us back to Jade. I will say to kind of stay attached to it, we'll have to make an athletics check to not just fall down.
As I know that I'm going off, can I use a reaction to like use my teleport to like get 30 feet closer to the ground so I'm not falling, like, so I'll fall and then before I get 30 feet from the ground I just teleport myself to the ground safely?
Ooh, that is a bonus action usually. I will say make a what would it be? Just a straight dexterity check, and you will have to beat a 16. Oh! Okay, so you kind of let yourself fall, and in the very last second as you kind of get to 30 feet, you just teleport yourself onto the ground, and you don't take any damage since you literally teleport and land on the ground. However, I will say, since it's kind of haphazardly done, you are kind of land prone, since it wasn't like a planned teleportation. However, you still have all your movement, which is 60 feet. So you can use half of that to stand back up, and then you still have your entire action. However, I will say it consumes your bonus action and reaction to do that.
That's fine. I expected as much.
But you still have your normal action and your haste action.
Misty Step saves lives.
Not even Misty Step, it's my racial ability
Oh my gosh, that's even better.
called Blessing of the Raven Queen. And when I do so, I gain resistance to all damage until the start of my next turn. So it's still 80 feet up in the air?
Yep.
Alright, we're just gonna Eldritch Blast this thing.
Good old Eldritch Blast.
And I have 2 beams.
23 definitely hits. Of 6 damage plus your X.
Yeah, so plus the 4. And then the second one.
29 definitely hits. Oh, and it's a natural.
That counted, that's a critical.
Yep.
Why is it not green? Oh, 19.
Yeah. It counts as a critical because of a hex. So
That's nice.
you can roll 2 d10s. instead of 1.
Oh.
Oh, well, so +4, which is 13. So better than nothing. As your shadowy blast leave both of your hands, or axe probably, and hits the creature on both sides and gets blasted. You can see splinters of some of its bones that get kind of blasted off, fly through the air and dissipate. But it's still flying, looking still quite sturdy, but damage is starting to show on it. Anything you would like to do else? You can move away. Or say you landed here.
Oh wait, it landed basically where I was staying on the map?
Yes.
Okay. I have another action, but I don't only use it. I'm just gonna try to taunt it to come after me.
Okay. Yeah, then make an intimidation check.
So as I'm doing this, I'm like, hey, you pile of bones! What? Just like, hey, you pile of bones, come over here!
But your voice cracks.
Yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense for me, to be honest.
Are you talking to the dead dragon? It's dead.
Yeah, for some reason he now seems severely disinterested in you. Maybe your intimidation worked too well and now he's a bit frightened of you, so he's avoiding you. Yeah, you're not quite sure, but he isn't looking at you anymore. Anything else? You can still move.
I'm just gonna come stand out in the middle over here.
Okay.
Just wave my arms, like, over here.
Yeah. It will then use its movement and its action to dash to go over to Iwick and land down in front of you. But it can't do anything else since he had to use his action and dash, so it's Vieira's turn once again.
Okay. Well, it was a fun show to watch. Probably try to help Iwick somehow.
I am once again screaming like normal.
Yep. No concentration spells, that's fine. 60 feet, let's see.
Dude, this haste is super handy.
Yeah, that's the goal. Do I want to hold an action? Probably. Okay, I will hold an action. I'll hold my momentary stasis until this bone creature starts to strike someone, and then I'll try to put it in a stasis.
Oh. Isn't that already a reaction?
It's an action.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I just have to be 60 feet. Tempted to climb on the other side of this. You know what? No, I'll just stay here. It's a great spot.
Yes.
Yeah, just prep it.
Okay. Then that will take us to Iwick.
That's me.
It is.
I'm going to. Oh, hang on. So he's in melee with me now, yeah? So if I
Yes.
move out, yeah. So I'll use bonus action to Misty Step away from him to get onto the other side of the spine.
Mhm.
And then as my action, I'm going to cast Web,
Ooh.
and I'm going to pin him down in a web between the rocks and the spine in a 20-foot cube.
Okay. Let's draw this 20-foot cube. That is a 40-foot cube. What you're drawing?
Oh, you should have the web template from those pictures I sent you.
Yes, actually should.
That should be the exact size of web too.
That is actually quite handy. If I could find them. I have so many art.
If you just type in web and then go like marketplace purchases, should be right there.
I've got a lot.
I believe you.
I don't. Is it fun? Dungeony? Is it this? No, that's not it. No, it's not showing up.
It means marketplace purchases, templates, and assets.
Yes, I know, but the search thing is so shitty that it doesn't show everything. You know, for the time being, we'll just let Eirik have it drawn there, and I will search it in a more convenient time. Okay, it has to make a dex save, if I remember correctly.
Make a strength check against the spell DC.
Wow, each creature starts its turn in the web or enters them during its turn must make a dexterity saving throw. So before it actually gets caught by the web, you have to see whether it gets caught by the web. And after...
Oh, there it is. Yeah.
Yes. So at the start of its turn... Oh, well, it entered it for the first time technically now. He has to make a dex save. Here we go. At 10 he fails, so he's currently stuck inside of the web. Very nice.
And so just to clarify, my force ballista, it pushes something back 5 feet. Does that push still work if it's stuck in a web?
That is a good question. I will say, since it's also your own web, huh? How should we make this? Since it's your own web, I would say you can choose. Whereas you want it to be.
Well, I
pushed
wouldn't be
on.
using it this turn anyway because I bonus action for Misty Step, but just for future.
Yep. Okay, then that shall take us to Isoel's turn.
The web is flammable too if you want to do something with that, but I don't think it's useful.
It's better to keep it on the ground.
Well, that throws my whole entire plan away. For once, I was going into my turn knowing what I wanted to do, and now I have to rethink everything.
Sorry.
Since it's a strain, attack rolls have advantage. If you want to shoot something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I'm gonna try a guiding bolt again at that second level.
Okay, it is restrained, so you have advantage.
Oh my gosh.
18. unfortunately still doesn't hit. So,
What the hell is wrong with me?
man, those guiding bolts really don't want to hit. Jesus Christ. As it still seems to be able to move enough to kind of duck under your guiding bolt. And it flies straight over it.
You will hear a few words that seem to be very angry in a language y'all don't understand.
Like, are you sure?
Oh yeah, very sure.
Okay, then that will take us to Jade's turn. Your headphones. Yep.
So because it's already restrained, if I remember correctly, restrained creatures automatically fail dex saving throws.
No, I think they have disadvantage on dex saves. Yeah.
Okay. Well, either way. Oh, never mind. It's a reaction, so I can't do it. Son of a gun.
New character.
No. Well, first thing I want to do is I want to try to get up to here. So I'm assuming you want me to do like an athletics to like try to climb up there again?
Yep. Easy enough. Kind of leap and jump over the corners and climb over.
And then as an action, I'm going just to do Eldritch Blast with advantage because it's restrained.
Yep. That is 12. Yep. There's another 10.
And then plus my 8 from my Hex.
Yep.
And then as a bonus action, I'm going to deal an additional 5 psychic damage for my maddening Hex.
Ooh, okay. Is that it?
Unfortunately, yes, because I can't do a spell, and I don't have any other weapons that I could like try to chuck at it. So, and I can't do a spell. So, yep, that's it.
We did some nice damage. Climb over once again, and then just blasting it. And since it's heavily restrained by these webs, it cannot dodge you. So it's its turn. So it will try and use its action to break free. Meaning you will have to beat a 17 strength. Was a 20. Woo. He does make it as he breaks through some of the web there. And will instead... where should he go? Where can he go? I think we'll safely fly over to you, Fiera. The web is still there. But, yeah, since he had to use his action to break free, he can't do anything else. So that's the end of its turn. I see you, Fiera.
Oof. Oof. That's scary. Was I expecting him to come near me? Let's see. God, it's ugly. I need to get safe here. How tall is the wall to our westish?
Oh, it's quite tall. It was the cliff you were looking over to look at the thing. This one is 30 feet tall.
Oh, I haven't done that in a long time. Okay, this is gonna be real dangerous and fun.
Let's go.
I'm full health. That should be okay.
Oh my god.
Okay. So I'm just gonna, let's see here. I need a cone. 20 foot. Cool. Okay, that spike to the left, the one kind of right here, how low is it? Is it like the same height me and the creature are?
Yeah, about.
Okay. So I'm gonna go. Can I move right here?
Yeah, you can definitely.
Okay.
Move there.
Okay. Okay. Okay, hopefully this works. I'm gonna use Pulse Wave, and I usually use it to push, but I'm gonna use it to pull the wall 20 feet away toward me and the creature.
Oh my god.
At 4th level.
Jesus Christ.
So yeah, 20 feet. Just everything gets pulled toward me and the creature. It does have to make con save and be, I guess it can't move any closer to me, but
Yeah.
it would take that damage as well. And so with the wall. With the goal being trying to pull the spike toward me and the creature.
Okay. Well, Pulse Wave is usually, you know, pushing away.
Yep.
But you want to flavor that?
Well, no, it specifically can push or pull.
Oh, is it actually what it says? Gains him pressure and decent certificate cone on the
Whoops, I
side
didn't
with a
even
pressure
remember that.
pulls or pushes the creature and objects. Holy shit. Okay, yeah, then that's totally fine. I would then. Yeah, I mean.
Yep.
I would say since you are literally pulling a spike, it will can give the potential of more damage, so it will first make a Constitution saving throw.
That's the goal.
However, both of you have to make a Dexterity saving throw, since you're pulling it towards yourself to not get hit by the big piece of jagged rock that you're putting out there. I will give you advantage since you know it's coming. And he just has to make a normal one. So first the Constitution saving throw. With a 22, he does make.
That's fine.
So he only takes, and he has advantage since it's magic resistance. So he takes 10 force damage there. Have a dexterity saving throw, which
Whoa.
20. You dodge out of the way, so you take no damage. The DC is still 17. He will make one. And with 18 and 22, he also dodges just out of the way. However, say he will still take half damage of 2d8 piercing damage. So a potential 13 unfortunately turns into a 6 as these rocks kind of just shoots out of the wall towards you, looking extreme dangerous. You just kind of duck behind the vertebrae and spine of the dragon, and then the large piece of rock just kind of shoots past you. However, this devil definitely seems to be quite nimble and also resists this, but still takes heavy damage. As you can see, a lot of the debris still hit many parts of the bony structure, and Yeah, but he still seems ready and kind of looks at you angrily after that. Anything else?
I will trust that I will get help and just ready myself.
Okay, Eirik.
Yeah, that's me. So, bonus action, I'll toss my cannon, and I'll have it perched up on this part of its spine, or tail, or whatever.
Yeah. Let me find that cannon again. I swear I saved it. Oh, I didn't. Damn it. Yes. There it is. Ta-da!
Hey, wicked.
If you
Just delete that guy. Great, and then I'll force ballista at that guy.
Yep.
Just roll back. Ah, Jesus Christ. Where is my... I have not used this in a long time. I forget where my button is.
Oh, there it is. Ah, fuck. Oh.
Is there no... There's just a damage button. Okay, I'll just roll a d20. Plus a number.
9.
My spell.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
Great. So he takes 2d8. I have to go find it again. Ah, God, so many words, so many words.
D&D.
2d8. Great. And then gets pushed 5 feet back from the direction of the cannon, presumably pushing him. Oh, okay, not so much.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hoping to get him to push out of melee range.
Yep.
And then we'll go back to my spells, because now I can do a thing. And I'm going to cast Chaos Bolt at first level.
24 definitely hits.
And I'm going to choose Thunder damage.
Okay.
You're on puppy duty and she closed my door.
So that's a total of 18. As your Chaos Bolt flings out of your firearm, hits one of its legs, shattering its hip bone, which is quite funny to see since you're standing directly under a huge hip bone. And you're like, interesting. And you can see that you are definitely slowly but surely wearing this creature out. Anything else?
No, I'll stay where I am.
Okay, then that takes us to Icewell.
Yes. Okay. Seeing that Fiera is kind of in a pickle right now, and I know that she is very squishy, I will throw my hand up and cast Shield of Faith. So you get a bonus 2 to your AC.
Much appreciated.
and you're basically glowing this deep purpley blue color, which is the Shield of Faith that I've cast on you. And then now that it's not stuck in the web anymore, I'm going to firebolt it, because that's the only thing I can do.
Okay. Maybe this will have more success.
You...
24.
It was almost a 3.
Okay. It was a fireball. 15 damage as it hits and blasts. In theory, you can see it just hit its face, direct contact. But as soon as the flames dissipate, you can see it had 0 impact, as flames do not seem to be able to affect this creature.
It was the only thing I can do. Isarel is extremely frustrated because she's missing everything she's doing. So it was a desperation, like, firebolt.
Yeah, I think the
I've been there before.
the Bone Devil and I still have a moment because both of you haven't done shit.
I've been running around trying to do something. Everyone is like, over here, over there, and I'm like, fuck.
I mean, you got a shield around Fiera. That's something.
Yep, thank you.
Yeah, that's at least that. So, that was so. Words, English. Shield of Faith was my bonus action, and then Firebolt was my action. I have movement. Do I want to move? How far am I from? I'm still within 60 feet, 25. I'm gonna say right where I am for now.
Okay.
So that is the end of my turn.
Then Jade, you're up.
I'm going to do my little fancy little poof. I'm here now.
Okay.
And then I'm going to run up and step directly in front of Fiera as kind of like a human shield. If you want to get to her, you're coming through me. And then I'm going to attack with my battle axe.
Have you taken your shield out, or are you leaving it?
Leaving it because I have the +2 to my AC from the haste, so I'm at a 20.
Okay.
So I don't think I need a 22.
Well, without your shield,
So-
no, you would be at the 18 now. Without the shield. With the shield, you would be on the 20.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, 12 unfortunately misses as you kind of run towards it and swing, but as it's not caught by a web, it kind of ducks under your wide swing and avoids the first hit. We have a second one. 24 does then hit.
So I'm attacking with the two-handed.
Okay, yes. Okay, why does it look differently now?
That's weird. And then plus the +4, so that's 15.
Yes. As you smash into its bones and it splinters. I think that's it. It's action.
And then I get the one more attack from...
Oh, haste, yes, exactly. 16 unfortunately misses as it then flies wide the other direction. That ends your turn.
Well, yes, but either way, I am still firmly planted in front of Fiera. don't touch it.
Okay. It will, however, since it has a long tail, reach over to try and sting Fiera. However, you have a +2 bonus to your AC, Fiera. It was a 21.
I will layer the Shield of Faith I got from Izarel with my own.
Yes.
Bumping me up to 22.
Ooh, barely missing it as the sting comes. Blocks over it and isn't able to reach you. So instead, it will then focus its attention on Jay, trying to claw at you. It was a 25 that does hit. I think it's the first time he hits. Dealing 6 slashing damage.
So because of my resistance, it would come down to 3.
Exactly, and does Hexblade Curse require concentration?
It does not. Not this particular one. The way that it's worded is basically it applies until the hex dies, or the hex creature dies, and it targets cursed for 1 minute.
Yes.
1 minute?
No. That would have been 10 rounds. Okay. Definitely 10 rounds. Very nice. Then it will try and claw at you again. There's a 21 that will also still hit, dealing only 8 slashing damage with that one.
4.
Exactly, and will end its turn there, bring us to Fiera.
So you did your own Shield of Faith, so now the haste is
Well, my
gone?
shield falls, but I still have Shield of
Oh,
Faith.
okay. I just
yeah,
wanted to
let's
clarify.
try to finish this thing off.
Your shield stays for a whole round, doesn't it?
Yep.
Until my turn.
Yeah, until its turn.
Oh.
But it just faded at the beginning of my turn when my reaction comes back. Yeah, let's try to momentary stasis this thing. Con save 17.
Okay, it goes. He has advantage. But even with advantage, it's 14.
So what happens is a bunch of, well, from its own shadow, I assume it has one.
Definitely has one.
Out of the shadow shoots a bunch of black chains that surround it, and on like every other link of the chain, there is a small clock. So once the chains finish up and link, it's in a stasis. And I'll yell out to everyone, put my hand up. Nobody attack. We all finish it off once I put my hand down. So prepare yourselves. And I'm just holding like my locket in my hand. And I'll back up a little bit, you know, just get out of the way. And I'll end my turn.
Okay, take us to Iric.
So yeah, we're not attacking.
Not yet.
Okay. I'll. Oh God, should I hold an action then?
Best idea.
Okay, I'm gonna hold Ray of Frost. In the event that he tries to attack one of us.
Okay. Can do that. As well.
Yes. I am going to hold my action to cast Guiding Bolt at 4th level. And I am waiting until Fiera drops her hand down and you can see in Isorel's face that she is pissed. She's angry.
Okay, very well. And then Jade.
I'm going to, because it's a bonus action, I'm going to cast Thunderous Smite, and because it's concentration spells, it doesn't do anything until I hit next. And I'm casting it, oh, it wasn't supposed to do that. It was supposed to show you. So ignore that damage, please.
Yep.
Was I hit?
Yep.
No, there it goes. I hit the same button. I don't know why I did that. Yeah. So because it's a bonus action, I am going to hold my action until Fiera drops her hand and tells us to go.
Okay. It can't do anything. Takes us to Fiera's turn.
Okay, I look at Izarel as she is building up this giant radiant blast. Looking at the creature, looking at her. I'm gonna try to get closer to her in case she needs help aiming it. I guess I'll try to get over the tail with my hand still up. Is that acrobatic still, right?
I say you've traversed it enough times where you can safely go over it.
Okay, I should be in range in case I need to use my action. Yes, okay. I will then drop my hand.
Okay. Then,
And yeah, they can.
yeah, then you can all make your attacks. I could be pedantic and say, holy
Yeah, I know.
shit. But yeah, Eric, you can attack as well. Oh my god. Oh my god, it could not have been better. Holy fucking shit. Everyone hits. Well, let's start off with Iso's natural 20 because I feel like that might be enough to finish it off. Guiding Bolt. Oh man, that is
That's
poetic.
classic karma, especially if now it's at 4th level.
Yeah.
The number of dice on my screen right now.
14d6, that is 45 radiant damage flying straight towards it. As this large Denking Dharma basically blasts from Icerels. You can see you get pushed back a bit as this large radiant ball flies towards it. It was one big impact. You can see its left arm just gets completely obliterated and torn. However, it is still standing, but might not after the blast of Eirik and Jade. So please roll your damages. A 15, which definitely does something. However, you can see that the ice that leaves your firearm does kind of attack to it. However, it quickly melts and doesn't do as much damage as you expected, which is a bit unsurprising in the infernal heat that is currently surrounding you. However, we still have Jade. And see if she can.
Plus my 4 and my 2d6.
How do you wish to kill this bony boy?
So my axe, so because it's got the thunderous on it, you just see her go whack, and she smacks it directly in its on its spine, and it cracks through the entire body and just falls flat open.
Ooh, yes. That it does. After the exploding blast that completely exposes the creature from Icerel, and with still some purplish flames attached to the bones, since it is a guiding bolt, and the ice that surrounds it kind of putting it in place. It has nowhere to go other than to meet your axe face on, and it thunders down on it. A loud boom echoes out, which is a bit worrying since you just created a very loud noise. And however, it does shatter the bones and the spines of this devil into pieces, and it kind of falls down to the ground. After a few seconds as this happens, you then see a bit of movement coming from the corpse as these red magma-esque chains kind of come out and wrap around it. And you can see like it attaches to what seems to be almost like a soul that tries to escape from the dead body. And then pulls down to the ground. And then it's silent again. And that is where we're gonna take a quick break.
Because I killed it. Before we take the quick break.
Yes.
When I kill it, my Hexblade Cursed gives me 10 HP if it dies.
Oh.
So I'm back at full health.
Oh, yes. Looking out. And now is when we're gonna take a break since we already at 2.5 hours. So see ya guys in a bit. Bye. Hello everybody, and we are back. We are all healthy individuals here. No excess gas in our bodies whatsoever.
That's completely normal to
Yes.
say.
Yeah. Everyone.
I don't know why
Nothing
you're
happened.
even bringing that up.
Yeah.
Nothing happened 5 seconds ago.
No. Why would something have happened 5 seconds ago? However, something did happen a few minutes ago, and that is you killed the Bone Devil. See some soul get ripped back down with infernal chains. However, the area seems clear of any other dangers in the area, and you have a big old bone, well, several bones attached to each other to make a skeleton at your disposal, I suppose. So what would you like to do?
Immediately go back, find where I dropped my pickaxe and shovel, and get to work.
Okay, and you can make an investigation check as you're digging around there. Other people.
Please ignore my beautiful drawings.
Yeah, I have to chrono shift that one. I'm gonna literally give myself a mini haste so I can dig faster.
Holy fuck.
There it is. There it is.
Okay, what about the other people? What are you doing?
I'm going to pull out a dagger, and I'm gonna go over to a couple different bones from different areas of the body, and I'm gonna scrape bone dust into some vials, so I get some bone dust from the spine, and then bone dust from maybe the skull and from the wing, just different areas.
Okay, yeah, make a survival check as you're kind of scraping around the bones.
Oh, I'm so good at that.
Oh shit. Yeah. Okay, and what about Isorel and Jade? Anything in particular that you two would like to do?
I'm just gonna go up to
Oh
Like
my gosh.
claws over here,
Hmm?
and I'm just gonna start sketching what they look like.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Like the way that the foot looks, and like how the claws are.
Yes. Yeah, that doesn't require a check. You can just do that. Then let's start off with the... Oh, to Isorel, you haven't said anything yet? Anything you do? Except for leaning extremely closely to something.
There you go. Okay, so this here, this very nice square that I've not taken the last minute or so doing and redoing 6 times. This is the cube where I will drop hallucinatory terrain to make it look like we are not there. Again, like I did before, juxtaposing the exact image that we had right before the fight and everything, like just exactly the same thing and basically I'm gonna tell my friends, we should be safe in this area if you guys want to stay around, or like if something happens and we need to take cover, like this is going to be our safe area. And then afterwards I'm probably just gonna go closer to the bones and kind of study them and try to figure out like what this being is.
Yeah, then you can also make an investigation check.
Okay.
By the way, your cube is like, you can make it way bigger than that, you know that, right?
It's a 150 feet cube, so it's a 50 by 50 by 50.
Oh, I thought it was 150 times 150 times 150. Am I crazy?
Not sure.
Yeah, natural train in a 150 foot cube.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
one time you used it, we moved 150 feet
Yeah.
off the road.
Right.
Yeah, it is gigantic.
Yeah, it's a huge cube. You can
Yeah.
almost cover the entire skeleton. You can cover the entire skeleton. If you wish to do that.
Can I?
Yes, you can.
Just use the square and it'll like measure.
I'm trying. I don't know where it is.
Oh, you probably
Oh.
don't have the update. Jesus Christ.
That, yeah.
So it's a headset.
Well, the important part is you can always cover the entire map with 150 feet. That's huge.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Got it.
It's pretty big.
Yeah, like you don't have to like measure. The map never is larger than 150 feet.
Holy crap. Okay, yeah. I'm basically covering our flopping down.
Okay. Then, yeah, also investigation check as you're kind of studying the bones to ascertain the nature of this dragoon.
We're back to shit rolls.
Yep. Gotta have a down after an up after a down. Yeah, you look around. Well, we start off with Eric. We will start off with the lowest rolls. As you are attempting to scrape off some of the bone dust, put into to collect into vials, you notice as soon as you come into contact with the bones, even though these seem like ancient bones, as you start scratching, it's not the bone that gives away, it's actually your dagger that gives away, and it starts off kind of deforming. And you notice it's not only because the bone are extremely hard, but they're super hot, which you notice first of all being close to it. You are already in an extremely hot environment, so for it to produce even more heat that is noticeable must mean it's close to a burning point. And as you kind of come into contact with one of your leather attire, it starts melting as well, and it catches flame all of a sudden, and you're like, oh shit. Yeah, touching it, bad idea. And you just see your dagger kind of one edge of it just melt away as you were attempting to scrape it off, and unfortunately unsuccessful in collecting any sort of dust since your dagger just breaks. So
Okay, well, I'll cast Mending on the dagger and I'll start polishing and sharpening it.
okay. Isra, you also try to study the bones. Like I said, the heat is kind of preventing any super close inspections, since if you try to take out the glass to, you know, look closer, it breaks or melts. However, from the heat alone, you know this must have been a fire dragon of some sorts, presumably a red dragon, maybe even a gold dragon, but something that is attuned to the element of fire, or at least heat. And, you know, heat often is in form of fire, maybe even magma, who knows. The other peculiar thing you get from this is, although most of the skeleton seems to be preserved quite well. The only parts that aren't are one of its femurs and the very obvious rib cage that has been seemingly blasted open, which seems a bit odd. That brings us to Fiera, who is heavily digging around. You don't see any big scales kind of spawn around. In fact, you don't see any kind of remnant parts of the body other than the main skeleton itself. That is until you kind of go a bit closer to the burnt off ribcage, and you are able to kind of dig around there, and most of the bones that are kind of still attached to the spine kind of give off this immense heat, and trying to dig, detach, or gain anything from it almost seems impossible, just from the heat it's producing and the structural integrity that is still holding after so many years that it's been lying there. However, there where the ribcage has been broken and burnt, you find one loose bone that you can pick up. And it is...
like hot potato, or...
Yeah, it is still extremely hot, but not too hot that you can't touch it with just wearing gloves or something else. So it is a bone that you can pick up. And as you continue your journey, kind of just scouring around, it eventually leads you to the mouth or the skull of this creature. And also there you can see kind of buried beneath some of the dust and rubble is the tip of a broken tooth that similarly is letting out large amounts of heat that you can pick up. So you find both a bone and a tooth of this dragon.
Perfect. I'll kind of bring these over to Eirik. Do you think we can put these in the bag? Because I kind of, keep moving them around.
Yeah.
I mean, you probably can, but I don't know how. I don't know how putting something hot in a very confined magical space would go. Plus, I got a lot of other things in there. Like, we don't want to just like start burning shit and.
I mean, I can probably remove what I have in there and have it, because I just have like a few healer's kits and a healing potion in there, so I can move them to my backpack, and we can use mine as an experiment and see what happens.
I'm just seeing if I have anything that can hold something hot. Don't think so.
Your pocket dimension?
I can only do. I have to concentrate if I do that. Do I have a piece of cloth? Yeah, I have old clothes, just like common clothes. Can I wrap it around it, and would it be too hot? Like, would it ignite, on fire? I assume it's not that hot.
Yeah, it's hot enough that it's like uncomfortable to hold, like extremely hot water, but doesn't seem like it will immediately burn up the thing it touches.
Immediately.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I could just remove the healing kits and potion I have in there, and we can use my.
I think that'd be a good idea. These definitely will be useful one day.
I can do that.
Also, everyone, dragon? Why is it here?
When you mention the word dragon, Jade just kind of gets extra stiff and pales.
See, that is the normal way to react to these. Mostly because they are very old.
Yeah, well, this has clearly been here a while.
Jack, while they're talking, I'm going to go around to the little front talon and start sketching that.
Okay, yeah. The front talon.
So what am I putting in my bag? A dragon tooth and a dragon bone?
Yep. Tip of a broken tooth and a hand-sized bone.
Oh.
We have 2 bags now. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, interesting. It would be nice if it wasn't dead, but
How is a live dragon better than a dead one?
we can't find out what happened. Unless it's
You don't
alive.
want to see a live dragon. I say it very cold.
Have you seen what is this about?
I just take a deep breath as I'm still sketching. I have a scar for a reason. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, I've got scars for a reason too.
You got scales too.
Hey, well,
You have scales?
yep.
We're not good at keeping secrets.
It's at this point, Irik, that you do feel a tingling in your chest.
God,
Oh.
Since I guess you've shared about scales, I wasn't. This is hard for me to say. I don't like to tell people about it, so I'm only going to say this once. My village was destroyed. It was some sort of shadow-like dragon. It is the reason I have this scar. And then I just reference the one on my face.
must have been a pretty small dragon.
A lot smaller than this.
Did it have a name?
You really think I had time to ask questions about names?
Information's useful.
How long ago was this?
A long time ago. I was still fairly young. I believe it was summoned.
Oh.
So it was after they were all gone, basically, is what I'm asking.
Yes.
Okay. And when she says it was summoned, you see me looking at my pockets.
Yep, I gotta. I'm gonna keep that spelled up every day. Don't worry about that.
So, since we are on the sharing front, I do speak Draconic, and I may or may not have in my possession a piece of paper that would allow me a piece of paper. I'm tired.
Pepper.
Pepper?
A piece of paper that may or may not make me able to summon a dragon spirit.
Do you know the kind of destruction that can cause?
Yes, which is why it is in my pockets, and it is not in anyone else's possession.
that can never be released.
It is not my intention to ever release it. To be quite honest, I don't know what I want to do with it, but one thing for sure, I don't want to destroy it, but I don't think that it can be anywhere safe. So for now, it's with me.
I just start mumbling, if the wrong person found that.
I'd protect it from that sort of thing.
Out of anyone in this world right now, she's probably the right person to have it.
I have been studying and focusing on the old tales of the Feywild and how our people came to here. So I thought it was important to learn to speak and read Draconic because our history is heavily tied to dragons.
If you learn anything about dragons that have bone-like wings and is shadowy, as I just kind of shiver, I want to know.
What do you mean bone-like wings? Like it didn't have skin?
Jack, can you specify on that? Because I was just told bone-like wings.
Yeah, bone like wings as in no skin, yes.
Okay.
That's familiar.
Did you say that sounds familiar?
I mean, it sort of does.
Are you referring to something else or to the bone skeleton that we're standing next to?
I'm referring to a lot of things.
Can you explain?
How long do you have?
Well,
could
clearly
talk
we need
about-
to rest, and it sounds like this is where we're resting.
I will point out that creature made this its home. Other creatures may want to do the same. I know we have the illusion here.
I mean, if you do want to plop your tower,
I mean, I do.
I would feel safer if we had an actual roof over our heads.
Okay.
Just make it somewhere away from the skeleton in case other things come back. They won't accidentally just like walk into the door or something.
Well, the door's locked and also alarms. But I could just put it by. I point over to like one of the walls that are kind of like 30 feet high. I'll just put it next to that. Sounds like we're resting. I'll go prepare it, and I look around for a material to use for the tower. I guess I'll just use the rocks in the area. So grab a nice rock and start making the tower. I guess I probably shouldn't make it as tall as possible. That's very tempting. I'll only cast it at 4th level, so it's a 3rd-story tower. Same height as the wall.
Yeah. 10 minutes. You can see this dark, wedge-shaped bricked tower appear in a very similar aesthetic as the surrounding terrain. Looks quite metal.
I just realized I can just put the bones in the treasury. We can do that later.
Yeah, then you recast the tower and it's all already on fire.
Good point. I forgot what rooms to make. There we go.
Anyway, as long as we're talking about secrets, mine was spilled. Yes, I've got scales.
Do you know why?
Yeah, because I spent a lot of my life working with chrysalises, and apparently they have some sort of offing effect that just emits, whatever energy or something. Just over time, it kind of seeps into the person who spends time working closely with them. I also, I got caught in a little bit of like an explosion when I was younger at a little forge, and hit in the face and the body with something. It was whatever, just like smoke and fire. But ever since then, I had scars on my body, and they never went away. And then all of a sudden, when I started getting involved with these people, going on these adventures, the scars disappeared and the scales appeared.
The interesting bit about that is you might have broken shards of a chrysalis in you. A fire chrysalis. Just embedded in your skin. That may be the cause of your transformation.
I feel better already.
I'm starting to wonder if chrysalises are tied to dragons.
Yeah, well,
because you're growing scales like a reptile, like a dragon, and
Yeah.
you're the person here that has been exposed to chrysalises the most and the longest, and now you're turning into something reptile-like.
Well, I mean, I worked near other people too who were working with chrysalises. I never did it come up that anybody else was getting, scales from anything or scars from anything.
That explosion that you were involved with, was it caused by a fire that was made with a chrysalis?
I was a child. I was just standing there watching the person forge whatever they were forging, and it just kind of spewed out of the backside of the forge.
What I'm asking is, do you know if that forge was activated by a fire chrysalis? Don't know. It is a possibility, right?
I suppose. I mean,
because we know the power that a tiny little life chrysalis has. So if they use like these tiny little pieces of fire chrysalis to make forges burn, it would be. I'm theorizing here. I'm actually curious. And please be very, very I'd like to look at your scales now that we're close to a dragon. A possible fire dragon. If there is anything different from before. And be, you can tell me no.
I mean, what am I gonna do? Just sit here and just suffer with whatever I'm dealing with and not let someone who studied
You know, there's a lot of things I don't know, and I don't want you to feel like you're a test subject.
I mean, I feel as much of a test subject as any other person right now, because I came from doing nothing, basically.
And now you're
and now
walking
we
in
are
hell.
in hell.
Yeah. But if you would let me, I'd like to take a look at your skills.
Yeah, if you think it's gonna help. I mean, do you want me to, like, outside, or we go inside the tower? Like, I don't...
I just finished placing like the last tile. So Jade, you weren't here yesterday, but this is the Tower of Weird. It's my home, and it follows me everywhere I go. Nothing can leave from the inside, so. But help yourself to the amenities. Food's in the kitchen, bath is on the 3rd floor. I'm gonna take a load off.
Don't forget, you still owe me a conversation about what you meant about bone-like
Maybe when we're
wings
not
and-
in hell.
Fair. I can live with that. I would like to get to know you a little bit more. Like, how'd you get interested in shadow magic and all that stuff?
A very long story.
Seems like everything's a long story with you.
Yeah, time's kind of funny that way.
Says the chronomancer who plays with time.
Yes, that's the point.
Don't let her experiment on you, Jade.
No. No, Fiera, you are forbidden from doing experiments on our new friend. Please. At least while we're in hell. At the very least.
What kind of experiments?
Have you ever traveled through time?
No.
Good.
Those kinds.
Well, how about... I mean, we haven't really had a chance to, like, get to know each other, so why don't I make something for us to eat? I may not be the best cook, but it's something, and we can all sit down and eat together and get to know each other.
Sounds lovely. I guess I'll set up some alarms so we can have some sort of security. And I'll set up like just 2 basic alarms from the front of the tower and 1 by the dragon. Like I guess the chest.
And yeah, before we go in, I'll signal to Eirik if he wants to come over and do that little thing.
If you think you've got something you can gain from it, then
I honestly don't know. I'm just shooting ideas right now.
okay.
Right, I'll take a close look at Eirik's scales and stuff and trying to see if there's anything different from when he showed us the first time. And if I can, see if there's anything that could either help with the theory that I have or, like, kind of deny it or just, like, I don't know.
Okay. Then I request to derobe a bit to expose the scars. Oh, sexy music playing in the background. Yeah, you
Just
can...
all my tools fall out.
Yeah, so clink, 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 clink. It's like, not so sexy anymore. Yeah, you can make a investigation check, I swear, was kinda
Yes.
here.
I'll cast guidance on myself just in case.
Hey, you remembered.
I remembered. Yeah, I'll need the guidance.
Can we do double guidance?
No, unfortunately not.
Not. It doesn't matter.
No,
I don't
it
think we-
doesn't stack. Yeah, I'm not gonna learn much, but hey, it's worth a try.
Yeah,
I'll give you +5 since I'm the test subject here.
Oh,
I'll kind of like
Yay.
be still and try not to react at all to what you're doing.
yeah, that's a 14 then with a +5.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking at it, and one thing that is quite noticeable that you haven't seen up until now is that at the beginning when they were forming, it still looked a bit like skin, and it was only like the outlines of scales underneath skin trying to, you know, push through. But now there are fully formed scales on Irik's body now. And Irik, you can obviously see it as well, and as you touch it, they're hard to the touch. Those are scales for sure. And the other thing you notice as you touch it is they are extremely warm, hot in fact, similar to the bones of the dragon that surrounds you. And let's kind of look extremely closely with each beat of Irik's heart. Between the edges of the scales, it looks like there's the faintest glow of like a red light, as if the blood that is pumping through lights something up.
Upon hearing this description,
Mhm.
does it resemble anything to what the devil brute looks like with the glowing in his stomach?
Make a history check.
Come on!
Oof. Man, you got no idea what the devil would look like even. It's like lights, you know? Same thing, not the same thing. But one part of you is kind of now more convinced that you may be actually turning into a devil instead of a dragon. And you're like, oh fuck.
Is Isarel from looking and finding those things, would Isarel feel confident that her theory seems to be on the right track?
What would come into your mind is Fiera did find parts of the dragon that can be safely touched, and maybe if you kind of bring them, you know, into contact with Irik, that is a more a better way of trying to figure out whether or not he is actually attuned to some sort of dragon stuffy thing. Right now, yeah, they're scales, they're heated, but that could mean many things. But if he has any sort of reaction with an actual part of a dragon, maybe that would confirm.
Yeah,
you.
I would reach into my bag of holding and pull out the tooth and put it in his hand
Ah!
and see what happens.
Yeah, Irik, as you grab the tooth, it doesn't actually seem that hot, and you're like, it's like comfortably warm, like a hand warmer, in fact. And as soon as you touch it, you feel almost as if something has returned to where it's supposed to be.
Oh, no. See, I'll just throw it back at her. See, I don't... See, look.
Back into the bag it goes. Well, you know, now that we know what is happening, we don't know why and we don't know how, but we know what it is. maybe we can find answers. Maybe we can find a way to either help you or to make sure that this thing doesn't kill you.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
This is actually a big discovery.
Yeah, no kidding. I'm turning into the thing that literally the entire world does not want.
I would suggest you put your shirt back on before we go back to the real world. But all jokes aside and everything, I honestly think we'll figure out what's happening with you. I'm confident we'll figure it out. I'll put my hand on his shoulder. I promise you, we will figure it out. I'll pat him and then I'll walk into the tower.
Yeah, figure it out, sure. Follow her in.
Okay. You'll presumably gather the dining space.
I prepared some sort of like Chatterkai cuisine. I don't know what it is that they eat, but it's some sort of like
Everything's just black.
Actually, it would be. Do you know what dim sum is?
yes.
Yes!
It would be that.
Sorry.
All right, so that's what I provide. Oh, that's right. I forgot you told me that they're like that type of culture.
Yeah,
okay.
exactly. So, like a variety of dim sum, improvised with the rations that you have, obviously. But you know, kind of neatly made, given what is available, and you're kind of a variety of, you know, kind of classic Sharakai cuisine, which is, you know, kind of a mixture of meats and vegetables and dumplings and stuff like that.
These are my family recipes. Best what I could do with what we had. My grandmother taught me to make this, so I hope you enjoy it.
Oh, interesting. Thank you so much.
Yes.
So let's just count down all of Jade's talents here. She can fight up close. She can heal people. She can cook.
She shot magic out too. Oh,
Even
and
better.
teleported through the shadows. Pretty impressive.
I try. I'm just determined to not let people suffer like I have. What I can tell with your guys' talents, you're clearly magic, Farah, and that's kind of your forte. Eric, it seems like you build things.
I mean, yeah, part. That's yes.
That do magic.
You made freaking shoes that can wheel you away. Come on.
Super magical. I'll just start wheeling side to side.
And then, Ezra, it looks like you can heal.
Yeah. That's true.
And she's great with nature.
That could come in handy. I mean, maybe not in hell where we are, but you never know.
Don't get in between her and a plant.
Agree.
Specifically trees.
Good to know. Good to know.
Actually, as we've been walking, have we seen even like a dead tree or any sort of tree?
No. The only tree-like things that you have seen are on the other side of the river. The weird
Oh,
twisted
right.
root things, and then the one that disappeared. Yeah, those are about the only trees that you have seen so far, but none on your side.
Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm good at. I also like to avidly draw.
Another thing. Jeez.
I mean, some things are hobbies. Rick, you have plenty of those as well.
Do I?
You are an important member of our group.
Uh-huh.
You are.
I mean, we all
I mean-
saw what you did to the orcs. That was impressive.
The webs were super handy with the bone thing.
Mhm.
Thank you.
You have a very quick wits about you, and you're selling yourself short.
It's the most I've ever interacted with people in like my entire life, so I guess it's just years of built up, you know.
Hermitness?
Well, not hermit. I wasn't like alone. I just chose to not be around people so much.
Yeah,
Well,
you mentioned you
thank-
traveled quite a bit on boat.
You know, I was kind of out of necessity, really. That was kind of just my parents going, "Here's some money. Here's a ticket on the boat. Get on the boat. Get out of here."
Well, since you don't like people so much, thank you for at least letting me join you.
Oh. Rick, I could probably contact your parents now. If you wanted me to check on them.
Speaking of, I don't know if it would work here, but do you think you could check in on my dad?
Oof.
Feel like it wouldn't work here.
It could.
I mean, I would probably prefer if you went to his assistant more than my father himself. But I mean, yeah, if I think it would be nice to know that he's doing well.
I could try that tomorrow.
Yeah, if you don't mind, obviously.
Sure. Yeah, I wasn't sure what spells to prepare. I wasn't expecting us to be here.
Yeah, me neither. You can bet that tomorrow my spells are gonna be very different. No fire.
Similar to myself as well.
I mean, back home, all we want is fire.
Yes. Yes.
So, no fire tomorrow.
Mm.
Lesson learned.
Mm.
Don't bring fire in the most fiery place.
Right.
So, Jade, you said that you were sent by kind of by Sificus for Sificus to help us and protect us.
Yes.
Once all of this is over, what do you want to do? Do you want
Really hard to say. I would probably go back to the Vanspire.
Oh, interesting. I guess I don't know if it was mentioned, but I did bring up to the gentleman in charge. I guess not the top, because we're not supposed to say her name. I'd like for your reaction.
I just kind of like, you might, okay, I'm gonna try to hide the smirk, but I don't know if you want him to roll like an insight to see if he sees it or not, Jack.
What? I'm looking.
You just make I guess a deception check and then just use a passive insight from Fiora.
Oh god, that's a terrible deception.
I don't have wisdom, so. But I'm at 11. Passive.
Okay, so you do notice her smoke a bit.
Thought so. But the gentleman that was in charge, he kind of gave me a task, and if I can complete it, well, I actually plan to work with him in events, so I learned some things. I don't think we ever actually caught his name. He was kind of very simple, to the point. Interesting.
What did he look like?
I mean, kind of like you, but male, much older. Oh my god, how far back in my nose is that? I don't know what session that was. Let's see, Vanspire. Let's see if I can. No. I don't think I was writing anything down. I was just.
Was it the director or the captain?
I believe director. I assume the captain's the one that brought us to him. He was of your race lineage.
So yes, so the director Velray Locks, he's actually the one that educated me.
Oh.
He was one of my mentors.
Interesting. Well, then it seems like our futures, we will be working together.
I also have an ulterior motive. I mean, both Eirik and Fiera know about it. They both know. My end goal here is to save the world, quite literally. Restore the weave. Prevent the moon from dying. You know, easy tasks, fun things. And I now have names to look up.
Good.
And I think, yeah, having people who know things, especially you being from the rift, the crater.
I mean, I'll try to answer questions about that place. I mean, it was my home.
I don't even know if they are people or gods or entities or something.
Just know I have a lot of good memories there, but they're almost Drawn out by the pain.
I am supposed to find Vitalios.
Does that name mean anything to me?
Like history or religion check. A 15. Kind of thinking about it, and doesn't really jot any memories inside of your brain. Vitalios.
Don't recognize the name, I'm sorry.
I'm guessing it's something much older. Something or someone much older than you and I. But I've wanted to go to, well, close to the crater, and now that I know someone that knows the area, I might ask to perhaps visit your people. They may have some answers.
How does Jade react to this? In a really, like, hollow with, like, no emotion. My entire post was wiped out. I was the lone survivor.
I'm sorry I brought it up.
It's okay. I'm assuming that there's other posts. We're just like one of them, Jack.
Yeah, there are a few others, but not many.
I might know of another one where it might help.
If it is too painful, please
Going-
don't hurt yourself.
Going somewhere else might be healing in a way. So I'd be willing to try.
Well, first we need to find this damn spear and get out of here.
Yes.
Yes, we need to do that. But I'm also curious. We've all kind of talked about what we want to go after all of this. Eric, what's your plan?
Well, the plan originally was to just, get back to doing my own thing and kind of like, working on building things to help people, maybe not die or, do their jobs better. I don't know. You don't know this, but the one thing that I was most recently proud of was just a rake. It was pretty cool. The farmer that I knew, he was, wanting a little bit of help around his farm, and we built him a rake that helped him, till the field and create his crops and whatever a little bit easier. And just my idea is to get people inventions and stuff that help them do what they need to do for a better life, you know, be more successful, get more money, whatever. But I mean, all that's kind of been pushed now that this has all happened. Definitely don't want to start a war. Trying to avoid that. I want my life back.
No offense to the other two, but you seem very humble, and that resonates deep inside of me. And I respect you wanting to help people just for the sake of making their lives easier.
Yeah, I mean, I worked so much, you know, before all this, working for someone, for, you know, a bigger entity. And I've come to realize that wasn't the best thing. That what I was doing there was not. It's ultimately not the stuff that was being built by the group that I was with was ultimately not something that should have been built. I don't think. They were just doing. The stuff they were doing is so big, and I can only imagine it going to the wrong people. Doing terrible things to the world. That's why I want more individual things made for people to... For Fiera, does she need things built, you know, to help her excavate stuff, to discover more, you know, more things? That's the kind of thing that I feel would be more useful.
And the answer is yes.
Yeah, I figured. Just, that's the kind of thing.
See, and I look back to Jade. That's who Eirik is. He keeps us grounded. He keeps our feet on the ground, and he makes sure that we don't lose ourselves.
I just look at Eirik. That's an amazing trait to have. I kind of pull on my notebook out of my pocket. If I didn't have this, I would probably be crazy. I keep a note of my entire life. Every feeling, every emotion, it's here. It's how I've dealt with a lot of the darkness that I've seen. The fact that you can help ground your people without them needing something else, that's something to be proud of. Not everybody has that ability.
Well, I appreciate that.
You're welcome. And, this dinner's been really awesome. It was nice kind of getting to know you guys a little bit. I know I just kind of got like, oh, I'm here to help. And we just kept moving, and now we're in hell, and...
Yeah, that's kind of what we do.
I have a lot of anger and resentment in me built up right now. I promise you it is nothing against you. It is nothing against... Yes.
I was kind of told a little bit about you guys before I joined up, and I knew that she was your best friend. My condolences.
She was not just my best friend. She was... At that very moment, she was one of the most important people in my entire life. And I watched her die twice.
Every time, I just can't help but laugh. That's my luck. Oh my god. okay. Jade can't die.
So yeah, there's a lot of anger and there's a lot of resentment. But I promise you, I never use it against the people that are important to me or the people I work with.
I appreciate that. And I don't want to take her place. I'm sure she was important to each of you. My goal is just I want to help you in any way I can. With my trusty little axe, I'll protect you as best as I can.
Well, I trust you. We all watched you leap into action. Literally.
And you seem to also have healing capabilities, so I think it's gonna be nice working together. It's gonna definitely help me feel a little safer.
It'll be great. Looks like you all are mostly range, and I can definitely get up in their faces.
We are a squishy bunch, yeah. I don't think any of us was expecting to end up fighting things in hell when we started studying and you know, getting our places in life.
I don't think anybody expects to be in hell.
Yeah, can we actually just talk about that for a minute? And just, like, remember what that journey was like?
I don't remember any of it.
It might be for the better.
I remember kind of like just getting like sucked in, and then I don't remember anything else.
So we are kind of on a different planet, I guess, right now. Also, outside of the Everstorm, there's other things, other islands, other places.
Hey.
Jack, were we able to tell if there looked like there were other Everstorms around those islands?
There definitely weren't. That would have been immediately visible. It was just free, just looking like an island from the distance, like a large landmass. Not much detail.
So from everything that we know and we're able to see, we assume ours is the only one that has a storm around it.
Yep, exactly.
I mean, it's interesting. Lot to take in. It's, I don't know. It's a strange journey to make and survive.
My biggest question about it is, does anyone else know?
Oh.
Maybe
No.
they haven't seen it the way that we've seen it. But has anyone else ever, studied or written about the potential that there's other landmasses out there?
I guess we'll have to go for another little round of study at the archives.
I would say very few.
We are once again answering questions by adding more questions.
Isn't that life?
It's also one of our best abilities, I guess. To just walk around with a lot of questions and no answers.
I mean, we solved one. We've learned pretty much everything about Calyx, and now we're investigating hell.
Still don't like hearing his name, although I'm pretty sure he doesn't hear us here.
I think he's with us. Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Mark.
look at my mark.
Yes.
Now that she mentions that, now that Fiera mentions that, I'm gonna look at my mark.
Yeah, you look at your mark, and it seems normal as ever, except that maybe the wound looks a bit fresher than it used to be before. Tiny bit fresher, like you can see the specular highlights of, liquid blood instead of dried blood. But nothing's dripping out yet.
When I see that they're looking at their marks, I'm gonna kinda unbutton my sleeve or undo it and pull it up to see if it looks the same.
Yeah, you look at yours. Yours looks actually like a more closed wound. It isn't as fresh as the other three. So yours actually has like a bit of a dried crust on the edges.
Right.
You guys said that you've interacted with him, right?
Unfortunately.
Could that be why yours is more fresh looking?
Well, I've seen him, but I've talked about him, I've seen him, but I believe the only thing I've ever told him was, I'm gonna kill you, I'm gonna destroy you.
Yeah, super chill. Arguably the,
I mean,
the
he
most normal.
probably made him happy, if anything.
So yeah, but Arya, my best friend, had made a deal with him. It's the only thing I'm comfortable saying. I've spilled enough secrets tonight.
No problem. Sometimes secrets need to be kept.
But yeah, so I don't know if, because I'm the one that has the least interacted with him, yet our marks all look the same. So I don't know. I don't
find
know
it
if
interesting that they're different.
Yeah, I don't know if the fact that I'm in the presence of other marked people, even if I haven't necessarily interacted a lot with him.
If that was the case, you'd think my mark would be kind of fresher looking.
Have you interacted with him?
No.
Has he ever visited you?
No.
We've had the very interesting bad luck of having him pop up in front of us almost every time we mention him by name, so we stopped saying his name.
That's why he became EJ, or human who must not be named.
Yes. And even then, he still had a tendency of popping up in our lives. A little bit. Anywhere and everywhere.
I wonder why he took such a notice of you.
Well, fate's pretty interesting.
Maybe he knew you were his undoing.
It's possible.
Well, that's deep.
I have my moments.
Well, one way or another, I think we will be. I don't think a lot of people have come this far. Or he'd be gone. So, actually, that's proof.
Those are some smart people.
I'm assuming everybody's kind of close with dinner. If there's any leftovers, I want to make a plate for Glamour.
I don't.
You don't know
plan-
who he is.
I've met
He hasn't-
him.
He was on the battlefield.
Yeah,
He
he's the
was-
one that
orcs.
you guys sent.
Oh,
me.
right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I haven't subbed him in hell yet. I'm worried he may just die. And I don't want to resummon him over and over again. So once we get back to our plane, I will bring him back.
I mean,
I'll have to make him some fish sometime.
He would love that.
I'm sure you've met the original Glamour being from the Vanspire. Or at least know of who he is.
We rolled on this before and I didn't.
Oh, he was an extremely low-level drug dealer. So
Yeah. And we killed him and stole his ring. And then Fiera brought him back to life in a cat. Because he was a tabaxi, by the way. So it made sense to bring him back as a cat.
yep.
That does not make us sound insane at all.
That's just what you do when you kill your enemies. You bring them back as familiars.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Circle of life, baby.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting.
Yeah.
What made him give you a second chance? I mean, if he was a drug dealer, why bring him back?
Ooh,
Oh,
that's even a
he's
longer story.
he's an interesting character.
I think it's more of a test for us if we can give people a second chance. And it was that, or we forcefully remove them from the ring. And that seemed pretty cruel, so...
And
We,
also, I don't think he loved the petty crime life. I mean, the guy wanted to open a fashion business.
still does.
Yeah, he still wants to be our official stylist.
I just kind of look at Fiera and I say, that comment about giving people second chances is something that should be followed more. Not many people give second chances.
Well, that's very true. Even from the people that I grew up with that say that think they're doing the right thing, but not a lot of people actually are.
I just kind of stand up and start getting dishes and cleaning them.
Right. I do have a couple chores to do before bed. Eric, I think you mentioned it before. What was your father's name?
My father's name is. Hold, please.
Sure. Yep.
Christian.
Christian. Oh, yeah, sounds good. Everything down. And what did he look like roughly?
Well, I mean, facial features a lot like me physically, but he had kind of like really frizzy, curly hair. It was just kind of like, I don't know, just, I mean, for our sake, it like ramen noodles. very like,
Yeah.
very like late 1990s Justin Timberlake hair.
I'm imagining it. Okay.
But like, yeah, so very kind of just like coiffed curly hair. Looked a lot like me, but very stoic. Very kind of just not muscular, but you know, just a solid built, you know, kind of guy. Is just, you know, sturdy, reliable kind of.
Interesting. Okay, good to know.
Wait, hold up though. If you, how are you gonna? You can contact my parents. How is this gonna work? You just be like, I'm a stranger. Hi, I know your son that you don't remember anymore because of some weird thing that's gone on.
It's gonna be strange. I don't think there's a good way to do it, but I'd like to try. I plan to be friendly, ask basic questions, see if they're alive, see what kind of state they're in, and then we'll go from there.
No, better chance of finding out anything than any other, you know, opportunity. So.
Right. Yeah, I don't think we'll be. If they are in Yashiman, I don't see myself being there anytime soon, so. But, Azaro, same as before. Maybe check on me in half an hour this time.
All right.
It's gonna take longer, so.
I'll check on you in half an hour then.
Lovely. Okay, yeah, I guess I'll head to the roof and when there's a chance, cast 2 very dangerous spells.
Okay, well, I am assuming that you want to do contact other plane to try and attempt.
That's the plan, because I assume we're on another plane, and I want to contact the plane that we were on, if that's how it works, but Fiora doesn't know, and I don't know.
I was thinking about whether or not Fiora would know, since I know we'll let her try it out. Okay. Yeah, then let's just get straight into what is it that you're trying to do.
First, I'm going to try to protect myself. I'll cast Intellect Fortress to try to keep my mind together for this. Lasts for an hour, luckily. And then yeah, I plan to cast this twice, but I'll do. Since I don't need to directly know the person, I'm gonna try to picture Irik's father, his name, where he might be, and I bring up those mirrors as I start the ritual, and I bring one that eventually looks down at the Sapphire's Plane that I'm familiar with, and I will try to contact Irik's father, Christian.
Okay. Okay. So this is how it will work. You are trying to target someone specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, straight intelligence check for me.
Okay. Oh, I should use Fortune's Favor. Oh. Do I think I'll go insane? Let me see how many pearls I have quick. I don't think I have that many pearls. Ooh, I don't. Okay. Intelligence check. Here we go.
Oh my god. This is...
Dude.
Wait, can't you do something?
I used my chrono shifts.
Oh my god, so you can't even do that. Ooh. Wow.
Bye, Fiera.
I mean, it's a check, not a save. If it was a save, I could use Intellect Fortress. But...
Yeah, nah. The thing that happens is as you try to connect to the other plane, which is your home plane, your spell does work as intended, and you can feel your mind disconnect from your body and kind of shoot out towards your goal. And as it kind of strives downwards, there is a strong blockade that kind of interrupts the process of your mind, and the entirety of your kind of senses are then suddenly covered by a storm. A big raging storm that seems to be kind of intercepting your senses in a way.
Sure.
And as you kind of in this brief state, you almost open your eyes and you can see the wind, the dark clouds, lightning and rain striking all around you, as then two glowing eyes then open up that then send you back where you're supposed to be, back in hell. And you do take the damage. No saving throw.
That's fair.
Because all you unfortunately out there.
Wait, well, it still would be halved, I think, because of the
Dang it.
fortress.
13 is pretty damn low for 66. Was it? Yeah, it is. So you're lucky there.
3-1. Nice.
Yeah.
And you get kicked back. I would say you don't become insane, since there isn't a strain of directly something mentally
Right, I
challenging
was
you.
blocked rather than I
Yeah.
got lost. Yeah.
And you just return to where you are now, but there's a odd sensation that you have seen those two eyes before.
I have. Fiera has.
Fiera has. Often, actually.
Oh.
And that is where we're gonna end today's session.
Oh.
Oh.
An interesting session this was.
It was a good session.
Yeah, a lot of good roleplay. Tiny glimpses of hell. A big dragon just lying there. No one expected that.
Well, got some bonding out of Jade in the group. Nice.
Yeah.
Some compliments about people's skills.
Yeah. I am actually quite happy that I had this little idea to check Eirik.
Yeah, that was interesting.
That's a working theory I've had for a little bit. Now I actually had the opportunity to bring it up and
Missed it.
yeah.
If our young Eric is a dragon boy.
No biggie.
Are you eventually gonna multi-class into sorcerer?
Good.
No, he's gonna multi-race into Dragonborn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I don't think I have anywhere near the stats to multi-class to sorcerer.
Yeah, I think yes.
Charisma? Yes.
Need some charisma there.
Yeah, I need to go up to a 13. I'm at a 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you collected some dragony bits and bobs.
Cool.
You smacked the bone devil back down. It was like, oh no. And well, you got a bit closer to where you want to go.
Yeah.
Did we?
I have no idea how big hell is. Like,
Yeah, I mean it's a planet.
Yeah, we could be here for a long time.
God, how
We
close
have
did
no
get
idea
sent?
how long that river is.
like I said, we're also here with no way to leave.
Nope.
I mean,
Unless you're holding onto some secret thing, Fiera.
Wait.
Well, maybe.
Did you do your tree thing for you, Lex?
That's a pretty high level spell.
Nope.
Yeah,
I
I'm still
can.
figuring things out with planes and planets and.
I do not have anything yet.
Yeah, I don't think.
I still have a few spells you guys haven't seen, but yeah, no, I don't have. I mean, unless you want me to guiding bolt myself into oblivion.
But you will miss yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I thought it was so funny. You were doing like the low level guiding bolts and missing every time, and then you do the 4th level one and just
Yep.
like,
Yeah, that
Yep.
worked out.
I loved how we like held all of our attacks and then just boom.
Yeah, it's fun to do.
It is fun when it works out like this, and we're all one after the other, and the enemy's actually pinned down. It can't do anything. It's amazing when everyone just works
Feels good
together.
for
Like
us.
yeah.
After Jack.
No, I mean,
well, I guess I just don't get my turn. Yep.
it's just how it
Whoops.
goes. I'm like, yeah, it's a bone devil. If it would have been a custom made, specifically tailored monster for this thing, then I would have been
Whoa.
like, no,
You do a Matt Mercer notes.
yeah,
Okay.
That's always funny. Yeah.
Right.
yeah.
It was a great way to introduce Jade and her combat abilities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you went pretty ham.
Yeah.
Someone running towards the danger.
Whoa. Whoa.
Jeez.
What's she doing? That's an
And that
option?
haste is useful for melee.
Yeah, I
That
I
does that.
actually love that I have someone else to kind of tank slash heal with me, because then I can stay kind of in the middle between the enemy and the others and kind of, you know, look at what's most important. Do we need more damage or do we need like healing?
Just
So
remember,
I
my spell
really like that.
slots are very, very limited.
yeah.
That's how it
Like,
goes.
Yeah.
yes, I get spell slots back every short rest. But
Mhm.
just keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Like,
I
I only have... My spell slots go from first level, 3 slots, to 2 slots of third level.
Oh, it's 35.
Yep.
Well, the journey down the river Styx will continue next week. So
Probably.
you can stay tuned unless they decide to just, build a boat and ride down it. I don't know. Maybe
Ooh,
just check
That's
out
a nice player.
how does the rest
They
of
just
the
like take the skull from the dragon skeleton, turn it into a boat,
Oh
and just
my god.
float down the river Styx.
I mean,
That'd be
sure.
the coolest shit ever.
I
Maybe
mean, I'm
Who-
strong, but not that strong.
Oh,
It would be hilarious if we were suicidal.
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Water.
it would be cool if we could keep the skull I don't think it would fit in the tower. No, it would not fit in the
No,
tower.
no.
Absolutely not.
If we could fit it
No.
on a single floor in the tower, I could.
It is a whole lot
It's
larger
bigger,
than that. Yeah.
Yeah.
It would eat the tower.
Yeah. Anyways.
You can get a vertebrae from the spine. That's about it.
Oh, let's go
Mm.
back. No, we're still there.
Well, we first have to find a way to detach it. Many things you could take with
Yeah.
the broken bits. Yeah. Well, y'all can't figure out what you want to do next for the week that is to come, and I think this is the time where we are gonna sign out. So, see you until next week, peeps. Till then, stay frosty or stay hardy, cause you're in hell now. Yes. Bye.